Hey everyone!
It's the finale.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Are you guys ready to finish Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the first game? Is that just what it's called, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? I still don't know that. I should. That's
Ace
just
Attorney.
That's just like the name of the game, right? Because I know
Phoenix
the
Wright
other
Ace Attorney, yeah.
All right, I thought so.
Like, all the other games have like names.
No 10. You're not ready? Well, I'm sorry, dude, because we're going. I hit continue. Why didn't it work? Because we're going right into it. Why do you want me to hit enter so bad? Fine. Rise from the ashes.
And can you tell Wesley that he smells? Oh, you're not in that DC anymore. Sorry.
What? Alright. It's the debut, yeah. Okay. Now you're ready to 10? Alright, perfect. February 25, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, No 2. Okay, so last time we finished off the investigation. I'll wait to, like, go over everything until we have, like, evidence in hand, because I want to take a look at all that. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? We did find out a lot last stream, though, which I'm excited to see how that unfolds. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Ah, it's the boy! Edgeworth! I'm so happy he's here.
You've already figured it out.
He's the first face that we see in the beginning of the stream, and I think that's a really good sign for things to come.
You beautiful person.
First stream ever in existence of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Okay, so who's the owner of the second 7777777 ID?
Oh, we know exactly who that is, Mr. Damon Gant. It's this guy, Joe Dark Deceased. That's a weird name. Why is his last name in parentheses?
Yeah, why do they have his middle name? No other one does that.
Yeah, that's really weird. Dude, Mike Meekins' last name is Age 22.
That's pretty crazy.
That's a pretty good last name. Hey, Merc, what's up? Oh yeah, it's Cowboy number 2. So we found out a lot last time, especially about Damon Gantz. Let's go like near the end of the page. So we found this picture, both the fact that there's something weird with the sword and also the vases in the background, which I didn't forget about the sword thing, which I'm happy about, because I remember specifically at the end of last stream, I said, don't let me forget that, and I didn't. I feel like it's probably going to be important in some capacity, or maybe not at all. Or maybe not at all.
Probably not at all.
Yeah. And we know that Damon Gantz is over here telling Miss Lana that, you know, you need to take the fall for my murder, practically. You know, it's pretty sure that he did the murder. Pretty sure.
You practically need to take the fall. Practically.
Yeah. And then we had the other evidence list. We had this piece of cloth. Did we find? Oh yeah, we had Emma's prints on that. A lot of interesting stuff happened last time, and I'm ready to put Mr. Gant behind bars.
What are you talking about? As you said, obviously he's going to be in other games.
I thought that initially, I did, but now I don't know. It seems like he's going to prison, unless he's not. Maybe this is all red herring, and Emma actually did do it.
Hi, Eugh! Red herring and Emma did it all, yeah.
Yeah.
Me.
Are you ready for the finale, Eugh?
Yes, I have my
You were
water.
Missing.
Nice.
I knew I was
You were
forgetting
missing
something.
last time.
It's okay.
What? No, I was here. I remember everything that happened.
Oh yeah, you sounded awfully like RJ though.
You sounded awfully like RJ.
Yeah. I just switched my name for a day.
I like how when someone's dead, they
it's
just
something I
age
do.
deceased. Like,
Yeah,
once they're
yeah.
dead, they just age don't matter at all. It's true. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch based on a safe. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
It's not Gant.
You know,
I think it is.
Racing this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday. Because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record.
Yeah.
If that number does belong to whom you suspect, no doubt will remain.
Oh yeah.
After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can follow ruling.
Yeah.
5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye would have to.
But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say that, defendant.
I'd figure you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like that. Lana's hiding something. And the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. That's true.
Oh, truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial.
Yes, I am
Don't
aware.
have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you, Edgeworth. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, Edgeworth, be on my side, like you kind of
See you in
have
hell,
been.
Mr. Wright.
Thanks, Edgeworth. I appreciate that.
Am I like a screen share? He like disintegrated away. Did you see that, Eugh? Did you see that?
He just like kind of.
Like, he
I
didn't do
can't
normal
even
fade
describe
away. It's like he like fucking. I don't know. I can't describe it either, but it was definitely not what you were supposed to see.
This is it, guys. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. I'm so ready to prosecute. Not prosecute. I'm not a prosecutor. February 25.
Yeah, ready to
10
prosecute.
a.m.
I can't wait to
Record-
not
record
do my
midnight.
job.
I
Yeah.
can't wait to not.
I can't wait to play as Edgeworth in the final day of this case for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
It's the judge.
Court is now in session for the trial of
Breadsticks.
Miss Lana Skye.
Man, Eugh, I'm gonna miss you as the judge after this stream. It's not
But
gonna
I'm
be the
always
same
gonna be the judge for the rest of my life.
for the rest of your life. Are you just gonna be watching the streams and you'll like voice the judge just by yourself? Every single one of them.
Exactly.
All right, I'm glad. At least we'll know somewhere out there in the vast wild world, Eugh is still voicing the judge. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Oh yeah, did I never explain that, Narwhal? Yeah, we have 2 people in each game is the plan. You can thank Scott for that idea. So you can guess who's staying for. Well, someone's staying for all the games, and based on who I just said it was their idea, you can guess who that is, and also the fact that I said I'm gonna miss Eugh. So, context clues. I'm not gonna tell you directly. You gotta use your
That's
brain.
definitely not context clue. That's like
I think it's context
giving me
clues.
the answer away.
That's literally just like the answer is X.
No, I'm
Use
pretty
context
sure.
clues to figure
Pretty
out
sure
what
it's
the answer is.
context clues.
The answer is X. By the way, X is 2. Like, okay.
Yep, Narwhal got it.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
We should just get Eugh for like one of the random streams in the second game. Just like, like no one will know that he's there until the judge speaks, and then he
Yes.
just. and then he just that sounds fun.
No, I'll only speak for the judge's lines. I
Yeah.
won't speak for anything
And
else.
you can't be part of the jokes, Eugh. It's not allowed.
Yes, okay, that's a
All
good
right.
point.
Good idea. We've got some good ideas here.
I was
Yeah,
thinking you were waiting
that's
for me to
why
voice the
Kyogre
fucking
makes
question
sense.
mark.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyogre is leaving, and Eugh and I are finding a new person to join his code comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll make
I
sense.
gotta give up my Twitch channel. All for Ace Attorney.
Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Oh, he does.
Chief Gant. Whoa, he's suddenly appeared. Look at that menacing smile.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, have you been back to the pool yet?
Shut up with you and swimming.
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
I have no idea how he did that. Narwhal.
Oh,
That's good.
that's a good one. Don't think I can top that one. I'm just gonna go now and not appear again. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Well, I'm about to make a Udgy a
Shit,
very
guys.
lucky man.
Wait, no, guys, he's gonna do the thing. Oh, he didn't do the thing.
Lana, that is to say, the defendant.
He didn't do the really creepy thing that he does, where he has his eyes closed and opens it and just smiles at you really intensely for absolutely no reason. You know, he does that sometimes.
Has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel I should be granted a request.
I feel like whatever she's gonna say is something that you made her say. Can you stop doing that, please?
In the end, it saved everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Hey, Sunrose. Oh, look, it's Gantendorf. Yeah, he's got some pretty similarities between that guy.
She's got some pretty...
Pretty similarities. Yeah, that too. Just like Ganondorf.
He's so cool.
Yeah, I love Gantendorf.
Ganondorf.
I do too. He's the greatest. What is this all? What is it about, defendant? Oh, I did.
I just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Oh, boy.
Well then, what's your request?
What is she going to say? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial, because I am innocent.
That's a bit of a request.
Huh?
I just got here from my shit.
From my
I was shitting out breadsticks.
I confess to all charges against me. Lana, shut up! On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. No, you did not, Miss...
For no
Lot
reason.
of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Why is she doing... No, I know, actually, I know exactly why she's doing this.
No,
You can't!
That's wrong.
Your Honor, the defendant's claim
did
does not
not.
change the defense's plea.
Whoops, sorry, I meant to say did not, yeah.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. You don't get a choice! This is my game, bitch!
Just give me your money.
But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Dude, this game's already over? Damn. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven
I
its
hate
case
having smart clients who know their rights.
through testimony and circumstantial evidence. Yeah, it is kind of difficult when they do know that. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. This is a problem.
This is weird.
Why are...
Well, the defendant certainly
Why,
has the
I know
right
why.
to self-representation.
This is so garbage, Lana. You know you didn't do this. The man can go behind bars. He's not even that nice of a guy. Sure, he'll give you $50 if you just ask for it, but he also murders. So, they kind of balance out, actually. He's alright.
Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears
No,
there's
no,
no
I am
further
not
need
Gant.
to continue this trial,
No!
even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening. I put so much
It
effort...
appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Did I make the wrong
Larry,
choice?
save the day, hurry.
Yeah, Larry, quick! Whoa! Edgeworth!
One moment, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Edgeworth, I love you, dude.
Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
I love Edgeworth.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you and all, but why don't you be a good boy and keep your mouth shut? Hmm?
You know that this guy is guilty. I love that sprite. That sprite is amazing.
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
Damn.
What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes.
Edgeworth, yes, dude.
Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you once would have me be.
Dude, I love this.
With his sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
What? No.
Some kind of deal? No, not everyone operates as you
Don't
do,
you
Worthy.
ever say that about Edgeworth, Gant. You and your orange.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
To whom?
Edgeworth is great. I love him.
As his third witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye.
Emma, huh?
I request the court hears her testimony.
He implied something bad about Edgeworth, and I will not have that. Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation.
You have no rights in my
The
courtroom.
correct response to say is, I'm exercising my right to not give a shit.
I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Wow.
That's what he basically just said. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Dude, Edgeworth character development, I love it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
No.
Of course it's not! He murdered
Right,
someone.
my best friend.
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Man, what happened to you being nice? You know, like the first
I
minute
am
that I
nice.
met you? I am nice.
I'm the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
No.
Yeah. Emma Skye, please take
I
this.
didn't realize that Damon Gant was my co-commentator today. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Emma hasn't shown up in, like, a long time.
She's just... okay, whatever. Now then, witness, please state your name and
I mean, it's been like a
occupation.
week since
You
she's
appear
shown
to-
up, you know?
It's been like a week.
It's been like a week. Real
My
lifetime.
name is Emma. Emma Skye.
It feels like she's like absent sometimes. It's fine though.
My occupation? I'm
That's an
Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator.
Wow, did she actually answer the questions?
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
I've waited for
I
this
think
my entire career.
This is a breakthrough in my career.
This is a
I need to quit.
great moment.
I need to
Starting-
quit.
I'm starting to tear up. I could
Yeah.
die happy now. Two years
Finally.
ago.
Finally.
You encountered the serial killer, Joe Dark of the Joe Dark Killings. And that is not his full name, by the way. It's Joe Dark Deceased.
Love Emma.
Is this
Yeah, Emma's
correct?
pretty cool so far.
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
Are you now? Well, this is a court
I'm
of law.
sorry.
This isn't a therapy session.
But I'm afraid I'm not going to have to ask you. I'm going to have to ask you to recall the events one more time.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concurs the murder of Detective Goodman. It is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really, all that's
I love
relevant?
how Edgeworth, before this case started, it's like, don't dwell on the past, Phoenix. And Phoenix was like, well, it might have something to do with it. And Edgeworth's like, all right, full
I
full
can
force.
dwell on the past. You can't.
Me first.
Yes, it most certainly is.
Okay then.
You don't need to prove it.
Moving on.
He sure did that fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago when you were almost fucking murdered and your close friend was murdered right in front of you.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I like truth.
Do you? 2 years ago.
Maybe.
I guess that's why you became a judge, huh?
Yes.
I was waiting for in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
The murder of the guy.
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
Yeah?
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable.
It's
However,
the world's most
please
obvious contradiction.
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. I still don't understand what this has to do with Detective Goodman's murder.
It's just like, I don't either. Phoenix.
That will soon become apparent, apparently.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I'm
Okay.
just gonna go get popcorn. I don't know what's going on anymore.
The judge
Popcorn and
needs his
breadsticks.
snacks. So, if I remember correctly, she didn't actually see the murder, correct? She just like there was a flash of lightning and the power went out or something?
And yeah, there was a flash of lightning and she saw like a thing.
Do I have any evidence that would say that? I probably just need
Evidence, not me.
I don't know.
Sat in the back there from picture. And I found
I'm just gonna say this is the most obvious contradiction ever.
Alright, sweet. Well, I'm looking
Yeah,
at
don't
stuff
fail.
anyway.
Don't fail. Just
I'm
read
going
through
to.
read through every statement. That's my recommendation.
Okay. I was waiting in my sister's office.
Or
that
press
day.
everything.
Yeah, well,
That
I've
works
got to
too.
press everything. Hold it.
We need the dialogue. Sweet, sweet dialogue.
Yeah, sweet
Yeah,
dialogue.
this is the last time you'll get that sweet, sweet dialogue for this game.
2
Take
years
advantage.
ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police camp.
I really hope that we watch the Blue Badger video again. To just
My
shit.
sister. She was the best detective ever.
The judge agrees.
Yes, I remember.
Not
The
as
Blue
good as
Badger.
the
Blue Badger.
pop-up queen.
Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that they shared the same office.
They did.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. I'm dreaming about playing that organ.
Why didn't you ever do it, Emma?
I just
Follow
wanted
your
to play it one day. That day. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Well, Lana promised to take me dinner after she finished work.
Man came running in. Hold it! A man?
Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Wow.
Joe
Really?
Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
What he saw, his
Running
chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Doc proceeded to take the elevator.
This stupid Joe Dark guy.
He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up.
Man, do you guys think that this case has anything to do with the DL6 incident? You think that's
Then
gonna
he
go-
ran into Skye and began suffering.
It's all about the past, right? There's gotta be a connection there.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Good job, Emma. Oops. Neil Marshall rescued me. Hold it! What was the prosecutor doing there?
That
That's
day,
so
there were
wrong.
two people present during the Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gans and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I almost forgot about Gans.
Neil Marshall just received the King Prosecutor's Award.
Yeah.
Young and dedicated, he went straight into questioning room after the
Young
ceremony.
and dedicated, more like young and dead.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought it was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't really remember what happened then, but
Cool. I'll never forget what I saw, and that is— Hold it! What was it that you saw in that instant? Were you about to tell us? Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
Right.
The lights.
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Oh, wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room,
Right.
you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside, and suddenly the flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes,
Goodman.
Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Yeah, stop! I'm not interested in anything else. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she's mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No, obviously. This picture the witness drew. We have that, don't we? It's on like the back of this, I think. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
It seems to have been lost. Haha, no it wasn't actually, but I still want to press stuff. Hold it! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help this investigation.
Why did me and Gumshoe hide that from her again?
It wasn't you, it wasn't Gumshoe.
Yeah, didn't we see the picture, or was that something else? No, that was the
You
fingerprints.
did. You saw that thing. Gumshoe's like, what the fuck are you doing hiding it? And Shake's like, ah, plot.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense.
I still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. And I never received any picture.
Huh, maybe it's because someone was withholding evidence. Because they did something wrong, perhaps.
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps this witness is mistaken. But I did draw it. I swear.
This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well,
I
anyway,
know
let's continue. The scene that pictures an image on your mind. Let's take a continue. What the fuck am I talking about?
Let's take a...
Let's take a continue. That man.
The man raises... Okay, I'll press this. I know what to do, but hold it, sir. We need that sweet dialogue, like we mentioned. That must have been a real shock, Emma.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Doc was holding you hostage.
Mm-hmm.
When lightning struck and the lights went out,
All testing fluid, of course, that has...
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and I was thrown to the ground, and the two began arresting each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
I'm pretty sure. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Alright, so let's go over to the picture was lost. But it seems to have been lost. No. Let me see here. I wanna... No, it's not Neil's autopsy report, wrong thing. I'm pretty sure it was behind this. Yeah, okay. So if I present this... Objection! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Edgeworth.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy.
Yeah, you are.
All I'm saying is the prosecutor for that case, I never was handed just a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident. I still don't understand what's going on.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it
Turn it.
over. Ah! What's this?
Oh, what's this?
Is that the drawing?
Yes, if I turn my head 90 degrees. Yes. What is that?
He was looking at the he was looking at the correct side. Yeah, he's like not even like turning it like around. He's like flipping it, like rotating it, and he doesn't see anything until he goes like this.
He's just using his head.
Yeah.
So he has it upside down, and he's like looking, turns his head completely around.
Oh my god.
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Man, you're a pretty good artist, Emma. You should quit your science and do art instead.
Indeed.
That's a
Two
very
men appear
good
to be wrestling
idea.
here.
Everyone
Right,
knows
Damon
artists
Gantz
make a lot of money
tomorrow.
all the time.
This doesn't even look like a knife, Emma. It looks like a ruler. You're a horrible artist, actually.
I stab people with rulers, says
Oh,
the
dude.
judge.
What's the meaning of this?
I mean, hey, then you could tell how deep the stab wound was.
you have a ruler with like a fucking like a knife with like a ruler too.
Yeah, exactly.
Just for that reason, like
It's
you need to make sure
convenient.
the stab wound is only an inch deep.
Yeah.
But what is it you're doing with that list?
Me? I just happened to steal it.
Only the prosecutor in charge of the access should have that case list. Evidence.
Huh?
Well, you see, I was walking down the street,
Then I happened to
and I
walk
found
into
it.
Gant's office.
And then I found it.
These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
That's the other half of the lift. You
It
were
would
missing,
appear,
Edgy.
Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one.
No way.
You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
We've been going for 40 minutes?
No.
What the fuck? Excuse me? Okay, I know that this is
Time
kind
moves quickly in the finale.
I know this is kind of a completely random thing, but I swear to God, I thought it's been 10 minutes. And I look over and it says we've been live for 40, and that confused me. What the hell? Okay. I guess this
Move
game
fast
is
in the
fun.
finale.
I guess this game is fun.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was because of the stream offline time. That was only like 10 minutes about, so it's still like 30 minutes of playing the game, which does not feel right at all. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. Still, even 30 minutes sounds like way more than I thought it was. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. Because the only thing we've done is like present this picture in 30 minutes.
What? What?
Haha, Edgeworth. Take that.
Order.
I don't know why I'm treating Edgeworth as if he's the bad guy here, but you
He
gotta.
just said that too, like a month about
Yeah, he did.
Draw your picture on the back of such an important list. My grocery list.
That's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Anytime like the screen goes black behind Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Anytime it goes black behind Phoenix, I just imagine like the entire world slows down and he goes into this state of zen that's just complete focus. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you all right? Mr. Wright, your eyes are bulging from your head. I'm
scared it's a floating shop. It goes, oh wait, is that freaking... If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's side.
Maybe someone should have turned around the paper.
I swear to God, if Edgeworth didn't realize this.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth, do you care to turn your head?
Let's see.
Have you never, like... Okay, Edgeworth, I guess. What the fuck is that?
Is something wrong?
Edgeworth? This game would not be the same without Edgy Boy. Do you even have to ask? Oh God, he's creating an earthquake.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list.
Is he holding it right now? There's nothing there. I feel lied to.
It is the thing.
Jevil? Wait, no, that was the Blue Badger. Oh my God! What?
Why do you think the Blue Badger theme is playing?
That's like I was hearing the music. I'm like, wait, what theme is this? And I like it clicked in my head.
You said you wanted the Blue Badger
I
theme to play.
can't believe this.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
I cannot
Please show me
believe.
the video.
Please, just to watch.
Yeah.
Clearly,
Play it
it's
on my
an act of
TV
vandalism on the
at
part
night.
of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Do.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. So are you telling me that the Blue Badger was at the scene of the crime in the SL9 incident case?
You saw
The Blue Badger
everything.
was the killer.
No, it's like okay, I'm not calling that parrot. Well, we're gonna call him the Blue
Oh
Badger.
no!
Now.
Just imagine if there was some like stupid ass Rube Goldberg machine that somehow made the Blue Badger kill the guy. And just like we find that out, and then we send the Blue Badger to jail. I hope that happens.
Very well, witness. Please call the Blue Badger. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh yes, sir, Your Honor.
She remembered something. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. But the Blue Badger's done a lot, apparently. Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
I can't wait to hold that statement.
The flash of lightning was so bright, that's all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted.
Okay.
This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
That was a very short testimony.
Think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here.
Damn it.
It clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
What if it was the other way around and Neil Marshall actually...
The defense
Yeah,
now begins
Neil
with
Marshall is actually
cross-examination.
alive, but he was the person executed.
I need to make stupid claims. It's part of the game at this point. I'm making a lot today. It's the finale. I gotta fit them all in. Gotta fit in all my stupid ass, theories, I guess.
They didn't realize it was him because he put on a temporary face.
Just temporary face. Shut up.
No! Shut up!
No one's gonna
No!
get that.
No!
This is the picture I drew 2 years. Hold it! Did you draw this picture right after the incident? Must have been after she woke up. I doubt that she was seeing this guy murder. She's like, oh shit, I gotta draw this, and then she fainted. I doubt that happened.
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Skye.
2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Okay.
Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Because it was dark. The flash of lightning was so— Hold it! So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright, I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away.
Are we sure that...
I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You need to be a little bit louder, Scott Soul Gem. After
What
that, I must
happened
have—
after
Hold
the
it!
lightning flash?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
Yeah.
Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Yes. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
This is exactly what I saw in that. Hold it! Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? That's a good question.
Are you insinuating we should have manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
Yes. No, of
You
course not.
brainwashed her.
I'd better watch out, or he might find a way to cut my salary. Yeah,
You don't get paid, Phoenix. Stop pretending.
that is true.
Yeah,
I
you're
drew
just
this picture right before you heard anything that it.
I mean, to be
You don't
fair,
even pay rent.
over the course of 6 months, he's only done like 5 cases.
So I don't think anyone's story literally said he wasn't paying him.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say
Influence
that
me.
too. Has
I
anyone?
guess like
Yes,
Will
he's-
Powers
yes,
probably
he's
paid him.
fucked.
Yeah, Will Powers I can see definitely.
And like Edgeworth definitely would have paid him.
Yeah, that Edgeworth is honorable.
But I think Phoenix would not have accepted the money from Edgeworth.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So
yeah.
Will
Okay, I
Powers
may
is
not be
probably the
able
only
to
case he
this
was
month,
paid
but
for.
you don't need to pay me.
Yeah, he's
Because
probably
there's no way Maya had the money. He wouldn't have accepted money from Maya anyway.
no, not at all
Got it.
either. Yeah, like, can you imagine after that case? He's like, all right, Maya, pay up. I need money. Like, she doesn't have money either way. So yeah, he probably has like $3.
He's a fucking orphan. Your mother
A
is soon
total
to
of $3 in his bank account
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
He's a defense attorney.
Well, thanks to Will Powers, he now has 5. So
No, he spent that already over the course of like
Right.
3 months.
he got 7 from Will Powers and spent 5
There's
on lunch
something
for
that's
Maya.
bothering you
Like Maya
about
took
this
his wallet and then
Right.
bought like a pizza.
Right.
I'm sure,
$5
Lana
burgers.
will pay him well, though. So,
Hopefully.
maybe.
Well, I mean, she doesn't even want his services. She's already renounced him as her lawyer, so she'll be totally within her
well-
right to not pay him at all. Huh? Oh, well. Phoenix is doing this of his own volition. That's strange. She claims
That's
this is,
the kind of person he is.
yeah. She claims this is exactly the scene that was
poor
imprinted in
one.
her mind.
Poor person.
Horrible. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Oh boy, there is. Sweet. Alright, so
See if you can use your brain.
no. Alright, so I've pressed everything, so I need to present something. He's the protagonist, he has infinite money as the universe sees fit. I see.
You know, that's a good point.
Ooh, hold up, he was
I
stabbed
wish I
in
had thought of
the
that.
back. That's something. Cause I mean, I don't think that what was it? What's his name? Dark? I don't think that he went in for a hug and then stabbed him. I feel like that makes sense. Also, I doubt that there's really anything else that would come into play. Unless I want to read through the entirety of the SL9 incident files again. There's nothing else seems like it would be much use, so... OBJECTION! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew, did you guys like my voice crack when I said objection? Contains a blatant contradiction.
Just like
What?
Phoenix Wright.
But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
You don't.
Clearly not.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us.
Man, we could, like, everyone could use that advice in this game.
What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
I mean...
You do.
What do I press,
his arm
like,
is behind his head.
I feel like it would be him, right? Because he's facing forward. I always hate these sections because I'm never, like, confident in my answer, but we'll see. The whole fucking picture. The music didn't stop. I think it's this part here. Thank you, Phoenix. Okay,
I don't see
so I guess I probably need to use the hand then. That's because the drawing stinks! Okay, I don't care that I lost health. That is totally worth it.
Mr. Wright, how could you?
I am so glad that I chose the wrong option.
I'm also so glad you
Well,
chose
that's game over.
the wrong
It's
option.
game over. I get the death penalty now.
Yep. Well, the act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. You should save.
This picture
You should save before you're executed.
I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
I better take another look at that autopsy report and this picture. I mean, so the autopsy report, it says he was died from puncture, stabbed in the back. That's the whole point. I don't think there's anything else here that would really... Yeah, so I guess the only other thing that I could really use is the actual hand of the stabbed.
Mr.
Or the
Wright,
stabber, rather.
perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction and didn't make fun of Emma's drawing.
Okay, so I guess this is still gonna be wrong, I guarantee it.
Him stabbing him with a ruler.
Yeah! Contradiction, of course, lies here. I forgot to hit my desk. Take a look at the knife this man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is okay, I'm sure that matters.
You can see the ruler is broken. Even I don't have to look that closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
Okay, if this is right, I think I was correct for the wrong reasons.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
No, but you see that this is before the stabbing. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And Way Protel, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Okay, yeah, I chose the right piece of evidence for the wrong reason, but I guess it works out fine.
Ah!
The judge just screams!
Perhaps the knife is not get broken beforehand.
I'm just imagining Phoenix says that the knife, the tip wouldn't already be broken. The judge just goes, "Ah!" And then Edgeworth says, "Objection!" The judge just screaming. That's amazing. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Oh god, Young is dying.
Oh,
Tip-
sorry, that was really funny.
The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. It was broken beforehand. It couldn't possibly wind up in there. I guess.
That's right, but what does it mean? He's
Let
like
the
still
judge
screaming.
speak. He's
The knife
still
was undeniable.
Like the whole time.
It's so funny.
That's the only possible explanation, is the witness's memory was mistaken.
Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection again! Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not so fast!
There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? Wow.
Treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
And now Edgeworth and the judge are screaming.
Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Oh boy. Oh, it's that guy! The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of the Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark alone with Damon Gant. That's not alone.
It's not alone.
Yeah. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. What? Somewhere.
Lies?
You can't tell those in court.
Hey, I'm not lying. The man who was really holding up the broken knife. If that's true, and there's no other way around it, this could actually not have been the actual. This could not have been the actual murder weapon.
Then I know what was.
There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Sounds possible.
There is another! If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I'm gonna move my keyboard
I
so
assume,
I can slam
then,
better.
that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It was just the trophy itself. It's Edgeworth's knife. It was Edgeworth's knife that we found in his trunk. Okay. It was this picture. Take that! The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past, to be exact. Right here, inside this picture. Anytime the music doesn't stop right away, I get scared.
What a loser.
Yeah.
Alright, right back.
Screaming again.
After this. This is a picture of the word ceremony.
He's like, it sounds like he died.
He did.
Like he just started choking.
Yeah, he
oh,
did.
what is
He-
it,
he
Mr.
died.
Edgeworth?
He started dying.
You know, scream humor isn't always entertaining, but when it is, it is.
It's the broken murder weapon.
He's crying.
He's like,
Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. The award prosecutor. You want to take Emma?
that's a broken knife.
I guess I'll have Edgeworth while he's gone. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being
No,
the
it's okay, I'll
case,
give him two because he has every single character.
you know what, that's fair. The knife the witness saw was, in all likelihood, from this award. And that is helped prove by the bottom of the word itself that says
Order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Dude, I can't believe, like, talk about falsifying evidence. Holy hell. Putting a knife in, not a knife, like a broken knife inside of the guy who died, like, holy shit, Gant. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
I'm back.
Ah, damn it.
But that can't be. For fuck's sake.
Oh? And why not,
For fuck's
Mr.
sake.
Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, the murderer victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
Huh? Oh. How you
But
didn't
the
like you think the
prosecutor,
first
what
O was all
he died?
quiet.
Yeah.
First O was like, oh. Oh!
That's true. What's going on here? Edgeworth doesn't know either.
That screen share his like head shake go really fast. It seems Mr. Wright has been a little bit too eager to jump to conclusion.
Hold it.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
The truth is coming out.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
You
What
did
is
it!
Damn it!
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that little picture scribbled on the back?
Your screaming restored my memory. Ah, yes, that picture. That's the one. Actually, wait.
I knew it.
Oh god, the blue
This
badger.
picture. I'm the one who drew it.
And why?
What?
You drew
Because you
that?
love the blue badger so much, just like me?
That's right.
The judge is a huge blue badger fan. He's got like a blue badger hat
you like
underneath
the
this thing.
Yeah. Underneath his beard, he has a tattoo
Yeah,
of the blue
underneath his
badger.
beard.
What?
No, underneath his like he has like a hat of the blue badger like stored in his beard. So he reaches in, pulls it out, puts it on, and then he does the dance verbatim, just completely correct.
And the theme starts playing, and everyone's quiet. The list wasn't torn in half when the time I drew this picture.
Okay. He has the blue badger under his desk too. Yeah. What?
The blue badger
At this
He's
tallest
a
time,
god.
I've been trying so hard to
above
forget.
them.
What is? Now I'm turning my head. Like, what is that supposed to represent?
God.
God was looking down at the murder.
The blue badger god was looking down at the murder.
I must have locked this part deep in the way inside of me.
The only thing that I can imagine is the stained glass window, unless it's just something that we would have no idea about.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's test. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Oh boy. Emma's recollection. Witness testimony.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them.
Did you?
I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Oh wow, Emma.
Just then, there was another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger.
Why?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Was he just
Zooming
outside
over
the
me.
window? The judge?
This is certainly most unusual. My blue
Objection.
badger doll doesn't
Try
move.
impossible.
Yeah,
The chief of detectives hasn't even designed the blue badge until this year.
that's true. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Or maybe he did.
Hold, Lana! Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Dude, this is a new sprite. Look. Her face looks kind of weird here. I don't know what it is about it. It was just like this blank stare. Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair. Stop interrupting me!
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Are you telling me that Damon Gant was dressed up as the Blue Badger and he was just standing there?
Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Yeah.
Silence, please. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please kill the defendant.
Yes!
Yeah! Sis.
We're finally getting to the core of the matter.
What? What was that?
Damon Gant was the Blue Badger in the evidence room video. Narwhal, oh my god, we're cracking the code. When I saw that— HOLD! I pressed
When
the
I
wrong
saw
button.
that hole.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yeah, at least I think it was him.
You think? Please tell me what
I
that
know.
word means.
All I could really see were the shadows.
Hmm.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed toward— HOLD IT! Why would you do something so dangerous and stupid, Emma?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
Well, it looks like whatever you did didn't do much anyway, Emma, so good job on the effort. She was convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. Phoenix has to be an asshole to Emma.
But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When the dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I gotta help that other person.
Okay, that is pretty noble, honestly. It's interesting. I think I now hold it! What do you mean, you think? I still don't know what that word means. Please tell me.
It all happened so fast. I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Okay.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is always possible. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall.
Things are getting interesting.
Yo.
Thank you for continuing to read, Scott.
Yo, I had to stop the man with the knife.
No.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of light. Hold it! Are you sure about this? What would this be?
Of course. See, I even drew the picture of him here.
What?
I'm gonna stop that now.
Like, dude, was it this unstable jar? That that kind of looks like the blue badger, you know?
It's kind of a badger.
It's almost
Jars,
like a badger.
badgers, same thing.
I mean, if it had like another, you know, maybe this jar is actually just God himself, but he lost a horn, and that's why it was looming over. That would make sense. Oh my
But-
god.
He was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist until 2 years ago. It's all quite verifiable.
The blue badger was stolen from whatever that Emma saw.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere.
I'm so glad that he's back.
Now I finally remembered.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Yeah, he wasn't in the room, but I'm sure we saw- HOLD IT! His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right. But I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Anything could have 3 creepy horns.
That's pointless.
Oh my...
Sorry. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
I mean, I agree, but objection. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think that she saw what she did.
What? Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, tell us what the shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed?
On
Who is
that
this
day when Scott
blue
flew away.
badger really? I just might know. As Phoenix always says, whenever Mia comes into his head, you gotta pretend that you know, basically. Or that, I don't think that's exactly what she says, but that's what I'm taking out of it. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright?
Now I'm looking around the room.
In this room? Is it my head? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Can I just present the blue badger itself? I mean, like...
maybe.
The jar is Marshall's fingerprints. I mean, the jar is, like, literally the only thing that could cast a shadow like that, like, looking at every other piece of evidence. I don't think it was the parking stub, I'm pretty sure. Like, 90% sure it wasn't the parking stub. It's gotta be the jar. Take that! The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this!
Whoa.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain old jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Okay, this is so weird. I have to use the bad controls now. Is it... Okay, I need to, like, find a way that this has... Like this? Maybe? I don't know how it would have stood like that at all. Just keep turning it, maybe.
Yeah, if you just keep turning it in the same direction, maybe it'll just somehow look like it.
Same direction. I mean, like, those two things on the side obviously have to be, it's like... Can I use the mouse? I can. Okay, that's gonna be more helpful. As dumb
You not know you can use the mouse this whole time?
I did know, but it's just like, it's stupid. I guess, like, this? Maybe? Yeah?
I mean, there's other angles you could look at it from.
Really? There is?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Was there... Oh! How did I not realize that until just now?
What?
This is a broken off piece of handle.
Yes.
Okay.
Like that looked exactly like these before. I always saw that and thought it was strange. How I didn't realize that it was just a third of this, I have no idea. So if that was a broken off piece of handle, then
We're gonna
how
be
would
singing this until you figure this out.
Okay, well that's just an incentive for me to keep staying here. Like, yeah, that has to be a broken off handle, Narwhal. Like, look at it. Look at its shape when compared to the other things. That's definitely a broken off handle. Shut up! I guess maybe, like... Okay, I'm gonna try... I hate you both so much.
Don't try anything that doesn't look exactly like it.
Okay, perfect. I mean, like, God.
Again, think about matter of perspective.
Right.
Think about how you're not doing it right.
Alright, perfect.
You're consistent. I think you're thinking about it is it has to be standing that way. Don't think about it like that.
Well, I'm not necessarily thinking that because I know that it could have been like falling or something because it was like an instantaneous flash. I'm just trying to figure out like any way that it really looks like it.
Well, I'm gonna say you were close at one point.
Okay, don't use logic at all. Okay, perfect.
Use logic.
Yeah.
I think. Use logic, I think.
Use perspective.
I mean, you wanna...
That's what Narwhal's saying.
No, don't use anything.
I was spot on at one point. Okay, perfect.
You were almost spot on at one point.
Like...
And it's not this point. Do not fucking present that.
Yeah, why not? Oh yeah, that was the wrong button! That was the wrong button! This isn't right! I've got to make it look more like that factor! I pressed the wrong button!
Objection!
Allow
me to remind the defense hinges on the witness's drawing.
Fucking shit.
If Mr. Wright can't match the shape, the witness can't accept the claim.
Okay, so let
We
me...
cannot accept the claim.
Now that I'm here, let me look at this picture again while I have this chance. So, okay, so it was falling like that, so it's gotta be like... I don't know.
You'll figure it out one day. It's just stupid.
One day.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Was that not a
Come on,
penalty?
Mr. Wright. We can do it.
I've got to show them. Okay, that wasn't a penalty. That's good.
Okay, well, that doesn't give you an excuse to like do a bunch of random ass
well,
shit.
I didn't say that it was. I'm just saying it's good. That's the case. Yeah, imagine if that was a penalty, exactly. I really want, like, this is just so weird.
It's not that difficult. There's just an angle you've look at like every other angle since
Is there
then,
an angle
except
that
for the right
I'm
one.
missing?
There is an angle that you are missing, yes. Think about how you can achieve the top horn.
That's what I've been trying to figure out. Like, the only thing
Like,
that I can...
what is the...
The only thing I can imagine
Play around with it.
is either, like, this thing, or, like, the top piece. If there was, like,
Well,
a
think about
piece
the
missing.
angle of things. It makes no sense. You'll get it eventually.
For some reason, this took most people a long time to figure out. I mean, I can see why. You say it's easy, Narwhal, but you're just smarter than everyone
I
else.
say it is easy too.
Well, I mean, you're pretty stupid, Scott, so that doesn't really
Okay,
have
it
any
doesn't need
meaning.
to be like perfect or whatever.
it
It
doesn't be
doesn't-
perfect, but like,
I'm so confused, dude.
look, think about like,
If I just keep
just imagine what
rotating-
each horn has to be.
That's what I know that these two things
It doesn't need
have
to be
a
like
horn.
exactly on its top.
Okay,
or on
so you
its
think
bottom
those
or
two
whatever.
things. So
Like,
think about how
that
those can
has to be.
achieve the top two.
Yeah, so it's...
Like, obviously it's from the other...
There's
whatever.
like one side.
There's one side you could possibly do this from, yeah.
Can I rotate it right?
Okay.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I'm rotating it. I mean, like, I'm going off the idea that this was a handle like that. Is that a safe
No.
assumption, or is that not
No.
correct?
It doesn't
Don't
matter.
do that.
It doesn't matter?
You can achieve it with the other two handles. Don't worry about that third handle at all.
Okay. I'm spinning. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So I feel like it's...
You have two horns right now. How would you get a
I
third
do.
horn? How would you get a third horn that...
I guess? This? I mean, kind of?
I don't know if you're 50% it.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting thing. Well, is this a miracle or what? Very strange. Very strange. No one could possibly deny this
I
jar
think
is
they have
resemblance
this
to the Blue
third thing
Badger.
broken mostly so, like, it doesn't take, like, there's only one way you can see it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just kind of... I was using that and thinking maybe that could be the other horn. That's a very specific angle. No one could possibly deny this jar is resemblance to the Blue Badger. I'm glad that the other thing wasn't a penalty. It was kind of funny. Though.
No! This is very upsetting.
Order. The defense has proven its claim. Somehow. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this?
I cannot
me?
believe this bullshit.
Objection! Although we've all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains.
Why is the Blue Badger so important to this entire case? I can't believe this.
What's your fucking point?
What do you mean? There needs to be a point to this?
So the badger thing was actually just a jar. This doesn't change anything.
Objection!
Shakes his head. No, it doesn't.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr.
I'm
Edgeworth.
afraid you're right, Edgeworth.
You see, this changes everything. I'm spitting a lot. I'm not trying to.
Well then, please tell us. What's different now that the witness knows the witness, the witness, the witness?
The witness. Doesn't that thing sort of look like a thin Snorlax or something? I can kind of see that a little bit. Snorlax had like a gesture hat. All right, I'm also really good at these options. What's the difference now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The murder,
Really good at this.
the murder weapon, the murder weapon that had blood on it, and Gant was trying to hide it. So, you know, maybe he stabbed him with the jar because that makes total sense. I mean, everything else has been falsified, so you know it's possible that he falsified the autopsy report. Pretty. I don't think it's the location. Yeah, the location is different. Emma was like moved or something. It's either. I don't think it's the location. I'm gonna say this one. I'm probably wrong. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific. That's not me.
A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, incredibly specific. Yes. Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. Well, maybe that's what the location is. Probably not. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gantz.
Objection! But the body was found lying next to Lana Skye's desk. The witness herself testified as such.
Objection! That was...
Yeah, well,
yes!
fuck you.
And it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gantz's office. Objection! Yeah.
Objection! Are you implying the murderer removed the victim's body from Damon Gantz's side of the office, Lana Skye's?
Yes. I did choose murder weapon.
Why would you do that? There's no reason.
Yeah, I did think you chose murder weapon.
I did choose that, exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
You know what reason that was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. I did choose murder weapon, right?
I don't remember what you chose, so I
I'm
wasn't paying attention.
pretty sure I chose that.
I got a ping
Well,
somewhere, so I was
if
looking
you
at it.
didn't, you made a good mistake.
I finally figured it out.
I thought you picked, like, based on the dialogue, I think you should pick location.
I guess so. I mean, yeah, I was thinking of location.
That or they all work.
Maybe. I was thinking of
Maybe.
location a little bit wrong. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. I think I was under the impression that the murder took place on the wrong side of the room anyway, so... Please recall the witness's testimony.
Okay, yeah, I looked. They literally all work.
Oh, okay, perfect. She said
Because I think they all, like, lead to the same, like, they're all true, I think.
Yeah, I figured as much. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next
The
instant...
location was the most right.
Yeah, in the next
You
instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Well, I mean, two things with the location. One, I was thinking about location wrong and what that meant. And two, I was under the impression that the murder happened in the other side of the room anyway. So, it's a good thing that all of them worked, is all I'm gonna say. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been...
And hey, if they were all right, that means that I was correct in whatever thinking I had anyway, so...
The impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. To the blue bag... Oh, wait, not that one. It's the wrong picture. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Didn't I mention something about that?
I think.
I think I mentioned that to you after the last stream, Scott. Like, that was after it we stopped.
Yeah.
I mentioned that sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another
Yes,
possibility
I am.
of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility? I don't know that.
Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea. But nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright? What's the matter?
If events took place as the events theorizes, then the outcome is obvious.
I think I'm beginning to see where this is going. And if what I'm thinking is true, then that puts a lot of pieces back together.
That's a serendipitous way of saying that.
It is.
In that moment. Assuming that had Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Yeah. Yep. Oh no. Yep. Lana's actions make a lot more sense now. Oh god,
You mean
oh no! Emma!
Mr. Marshall died because of
Oh
me?
no!
No!
What? This is depressing.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
I can't believe we need to send Emma to jail now. Jeez. So I guess Lana wasn't only motivated by Damon Gant, huh? I mean, I knew that she was so adamant about not letting this out. She was gonna go to jail, both for Gant, obviously, but it feels like it was more so because she didn't want her sister to know what actually transpired.
So, it was the witness who took the victim's life.
God.
And then proved so with her own testimony.
This is interesting.
This is unprecedented.
What the?
This stuff is not precedented at all.
Yeah, poor Emma indeed. Hi, Lana. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you.
Wow.
You recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
Oh no. Now a lot of things make sense now.
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I see you.
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe in your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Dude, okay, this is interesting. Not the way that I was expecting the case to go in the slightest. At least not yet. Evidence? I love how surprised Phoenix is every time someone
I
uses
don't
evidence.
have that.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Oh, Edgeworth's had an idea. Edward's got an idea.
Touche, Miss Skye. Of course. It only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
Breadsticks.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim left us a message.
What do you mean?
A message?
For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly.
Huh. I just had another thought. With, like, Gant? He wouldn't... Now I'm thinking that it's possible that maybe he's also covering stuff up for this case just because of the same reason? Which would make sense? Unless there's something I'm forgetting. Dog, this took a 180 spin completely on everything that I was thinking with this new information. Which is what you want the final day of a case to do, so that's good.
Behind the name of the person who took his life.
It was a red herring all along.
Or, in one manner or another.
That's impossible. Edgeworth, I like you.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a thing exist?
And if Gant was hiding the jar in the first place, then that would make sense as well for my idea that he was doing it just for her. But the question is, what could this mean? This symbol? It still just looks like a 1, kind of. Unless there's like... I mean, that has to be the message. One way or the other, there is like nothing else that it could be, and that just makes sense. I definitely don't think it's anything within the first couple days of the case, obviously, so... I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name... Wait. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind... The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. I don't know why I decided to just be hitting the desk so hard today, but it's the finale of the game, so I guess that's why. But freaking big hit. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth.
Yeah, it is indeed.
No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
The story is so sad and deep and quite long, too. Yeah, you could definitely say that again, especially with the long portion, but... Like, especially learning the information that we have there now, that's kind of depressing. I feel like it has to be that. It can't be anything else. It can't be. Take that! Take that! This is the message left by the deceased. Judge.
Breadsticks.
This is...
Do you have to say that every time he
Blue
comes on
Badger
screen?
from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name now?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
I wasn't expecting this jar to be so important to the case. I knew it would have some prevalence, but this is on another level. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. I guess
It looks like some blood has been wiped away.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
Interesting.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. This has me questioning absolutely everything about the
someone
case.
apparently wiped it away.
Oh my god.
Why must you read one line and then not speak?
Sorry,
God.
the blood must have been seeped into the jar where the lions changed direction.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Dude, are we gonna get Okami in here? No.
Kokami?
Okami.
Mr. Wright,
Kami. We're gonna get a Kami in here?
Yeah.
what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these
Who is
bloodstains
your
will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. Oh dear God, okay. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh! Okay, no, I see it. What do I... How do I, like, draw? Is there a way
We
to
haven't even
draw
tried doing anything yet. What do you mean, how? Just figure it out.
Well, Scott, I'm just speaking out loud, okay?
Okay.
All I have is present and undo. I mean, so obviously, I see it now. This is an E. That's like the first half of an M. And that's like an A. If I press enter... Okay, yeah. Okay, this makes sense. God, now that this got me questioning like all of Damon Gant's
Existence?
Yeah, that too, but all of Damon Gant's like freaking motives. I guess I should probably connect the A. Is there anything else that I can do here?
You did present.
Yeah, I
You know
know.
that, right?
I'm just trying to make sure that there's not like any other dots that I'm missing.
Skye.
Take that! Emma, yeah. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. This is so interesting. Emma. What the hell, dude? This is crazy.
This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
It's got my heart racing a little bit. This is like, jeez, a lot of. I've said it a lot, but a lot of things are making sense now. Oh God. Yug.
Breadsticks.
Of all.
See that? It's not me saying whatever. It's whenever Yug
She
doesn't
may
talk.
not
I
have-
say bread.
Oh, is
You
that
do
what it
it
is?
worse than me.
I say no. Whatever bread
Yeah.
doesn't. Not
Yeah,
bread.
I know.
Yeah.
Bread doesn't.
She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's
I
life.
literally thought you were just saying it for no reason, Scott.
Yeah. No,
It's
I'm not
Emma
saying
Skye.
it.
Oh, Emma.
You silly girl who.
Who murdered someone.
Seaworthy, can't I say I didn't warn you?
What are your motivations, Gant?
Chief Gans, do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
Maybe he's not a complete liar, asshole person. Maybe he's actually just trying to protect Emma like Lana was. And maybe I've been building him up to be this huge murderer, this, like, falsifier of evidence, this horrible guy. And he's just, like, trying to protect this little girl, which is totally in line with what his personality is.
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. Which is funny, isn't it? He was convicted because of his final murder. Believe you, I believe you were the prosecutor of that case, were you not? Ack! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
Okay, innocent man. Gant.
Swimming.
Not only that, but you used forged evidence to incur his conviction.
Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Gant, if you're...
I'm afraid that's not important.
I mean, under law, I guess. Gant, if you're not an asshole, I'm sorry for all that I've said about you.
Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death, it's no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or for evidence forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge.
Edgeworth is going to jail, no.
Despite what any of you may say, that fact cannot be denied.
They're really loud. What's going on at the prosecutor's
Ruins
office?
exploding.
They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Not innocent, but still, how can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! Order! Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears.
You fell
Unable
on
to
deaf
settle the
ears.
crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows, except for Scott and Eugh and anyone watching who knows. To be continued. Except for everyone except for Awokenkyoger.
You're right.
Okay, so this case is kind of going places, ain't it?
Yeah, I would say it is.
Yeah, finally.
What the fuck?
Right?
February 25, 1206, District Court, Defendant Lobby No. 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I mean,
Don't worry
he
about it.
believed that the evidence was real, even though I guess that doesn't really help his case.
This is not my problem, not yours.
I come to you.
Oh yeah, Gumshoe exists.
Did you forget about him?
No, I did not. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Kyle's?
Kyle's?
Kyle's.
Hope I didn't interrupt anything, Kyle's. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back in like 6 hours.
Bye, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? I love his fade away and then fade back in. Gumshoe.
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run around all willy-nilly for you.
How are you
And to
this
top it
bad at reading lines, Scott?
I've seen happy people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run
Because
around.
he has so many characters. That's
Oh
why.
yeah, totally.
Yep.
Yeah? Let me tell you this. This is the last time, pal.
It's law? Okay.
So here, she asked me to give this to you. If there is any break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the rules of evidence law.
Oh, right.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be reported without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really. You stupid idiot.
No.
The chief prosecutor wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Where is this going? From Miss Skye.
That's a good question.
Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. It's a really long book for 2 rules.
Well, the rest of them just aren't important.
I guess.
Yeah. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now. And all that's left is now the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth,
Mr. Edgeworth.
the real trial today hasn't begun yet.
Ooh.
Scott soul gem.
What else is there to do? The credibility has been ruined, but with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she imminently caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more?
Yeah.
Gotta be kidding me, pal. And she's like, yeah, you've left to be convicted of any murders, gumshoe.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
What is happening with Gant, man? I don't know. We're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This place has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Yeah! Let's see where this is gonna go now! February 25, 1252. District Courtroom, No. 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Scott.
I just realized that I, bashed my mouse on the desk in succession with his mallet, or gavel, and I didn't, it wasn't even intentional, it just happened.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
I don't think that's necessary, Your Honor.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well... Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, sorry. I had too many breadsticks. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern, Mr. Edgeworth. You may have,
Struck a bargain. If you think I might have manipulated the witnesses,
I didn't say that. It wasn't me. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and
The judge is, going off of gossip here.
Word on the street. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
Make Phoenix the prosecutor also. Both the
A
defendant and the
solution?
prosecutor.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all witnesses further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
I suppose.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
I would rather Edgeworth do all the work for me. Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled.
Can I call Larry Butts onto the stand?
Then, the defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright. Do you realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... Oh, God, okay. Time's finally come to bring out the real
I
murder.
mean, it doesn't really matter, but I would save just in case.
Okay, well, I can't say...
It could be Meekins, it could be Gumshoe.
Yeah, look at
could
all
be
of
Emma.
the total Angel
It could
Star.
be the victim. He would know who did it.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you're right. Well, no, earlier they did say that we can't prosecute dead people, so that's a
How do you know
problem.
he's really dead?
That's a good point. Let's call him onto the stand to see if he shows up.
Yeah, if we call him and he shows up, we'll know he's not really dead.
Take that! This game is hard. At least for me, it is. My memory is horrible. That's fair, Sunrose. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
It's Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Yeah?
As luck would have it, he should still be here in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way.
Edgeworth.
Would you agree, Your Honor?
I love Edgeworth, dude. He's so awesome.
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Yeah. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Oh god, it's Dracula's theme.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, because I can work this. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Edgeworth's getting serious.
Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
God, why is Gant so intimidating? It's like... It's uneasy. Wow, breadsticks.
Please, Mr. Gant.
I'm the only person who reads my
Fine.
lines.
My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Righto! Oh, righto, what's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean the time Alana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. It's just that time where that happened.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
I don't know, like the role that you played in all of this? You got better as the series went on, Narwhal, that's cool.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I think we should know that by
We're
now.
aware, of course, that the police chief police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapon? Are you gonna shoot me?
I will kill
Take
you
my
here.
testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
That seems a little bit of a broken system.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
That is true.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Gant's gonna kill us all with his weapons.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
I'm so really new at this. It's the other casters and the
SL9
One
incident.
Trilogy. That's pretty cool, Sunrose. Different, yeah, because I was introduced to everything based on these games. I don't know anything other than what I've played through so far.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him on that day.
Yeah.
To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage did not help either.
Okay, it's not done.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
I figured his testimony would be pretty short.
Is that when Dark
Drake.
was arrested?
Remember Drake
I
from
kind
last
of read
night?
it like that, I'm not gonna lie.
It's so weird how it made me read like you need his Drake so easily.
Yeah.
He was lying on the floor unconscious. What a bozo that one.
No! Oh god, I hate that so much.
When Emma said Neil flying, it seemed Doc bumped his head.
I really hope Emma isn't in the courtroom right now, but I feel like she definitely is.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the
You
police
seem pretty
chief
clear-cut.
has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
I'll be right back.
Okay, bye, Eugh. SL9 incidents. As I recall, near and I hold it! Wow, I pressed Q and it didn't even work. Hold it! As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Was it though?
Yes.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could call me a workaholic, XD.
That's one of the few things that I am fully aware of.
Wow. Okay. After winning the award, Neil was all fired up too. What a fucking loser. That's probably what spooked your dog and made him run away like that. What a little bitch. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I do not quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it.
Okay.
I almost called him Drake.
To make a long story short, we slipped up.
Really
That power
funny.
outage didn't help. Hold it! So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky.
Okay.
What's that about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as when Neil with that knife went through his heart,
Shut
though.
up, Gant. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Hold it. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was shocking. It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying on a heap at the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor. That's you.
Yeah.
Yes, apparently he hit his head and he was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Apparently she'd already arranged the crowd. Hold it! How could you know that?
Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved.
Okay.
So, that means... you found a body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Why do you have that there in the first place with like an actually really sharp thing that can stab through someone in your office, by the way? I don't know why I haven't questioned that yet, but I feel like that's dangerous. Yes. Thank you for agreeing with me, Phoenix.
Anyway. As you can see,
Hold it! So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Why do people keep really sharp things that can stab through someone in their kitchens? In their kitchens, it makes sense, because they gotta cut the foods and stuff. But this guy's just got an actual spear, like, right behind his desk.
I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at all those witnesses won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be staring at the court record.
Thank you, Edgeworth.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, so let's take a look at our evidence here. I feel so. This is something. The halberd was removed at Gant's behest. That is something that I had in the back of my mind for a little bit. So that's definitely a possibility. Anything else that would have any like connection to Gant? The fact that he had the other evidence list thing, but I don't know if the court knows that. Oh well,
I mean,
you know, we have the we have the ID card record, and we believe that that's his ID, right? But I don't know if we can
do
use
with
that
what he's
now.
talking about right now.
Yeah,
though.
I just realized. That's what so
Again, this is pretty obvious. Just look through his statements and see what can you be like. Yeah, no.
yeah, no.
Yeah,
Let's
look through his
against
statements.
Well, yeah, obviously. I just gotta look. I like to look at the evidence first. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Okay. I went to my office. To make a long story short, we slipped up. Power outage didn't help either. Okay. Well. Okay. Long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she'd already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So let me take a look at my evidence again. Of course, the two... I actually haven't checked this yet, either. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's nothing to do with this right now. So evidence found... You know, okay, the fact that it was found in Gant's safe...
Yeah, that wasn't the only thing found in his safe, though.
Yeah,
don't
well,
forget.
Yeah, so it's that, and then it was the piece of the jar.
Yeah.
I know that. So that is something. So he must have had something to do with this forgery, because only he would have had access to the safe. The question is...
So, what can you prove about that? Like, what can you, like what piece of evidence can you prove he had a hand in forging?
I would have to assume it would be the portion of the unstable jar.
If you think that, it's presented.
I want to take a look at everything. Ah, yes, of course.
Or
rubber
present
glove.
the fingerprint powder.
Ah, yes, of course. You're right, Scott. The fingerprint.
I know, that's why I said it, you stupid idiot.
Yeah, so this wouldn't have anything to do with it. I feel like is gotta be is a jar. Let's try the jar. Ejection!
Okay, you did it.
Yeah. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Oh, really? Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your
You
office.
could have presented, any of the things, by the way.
Oh, you could have?
Left in the jar.
Yeah.
I'm saying this, but only one of the three would not have worked.
Okay. Take this jar, for example.
I'm gonna explain it to you because you didn't get to that point. If you presented a strip of cloth because it hadn't been come up at all yet,
Yeah.
then evidence law would have gotten you.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
So, like, you could have presented the evidence list or the unstable jar.
Right. Okay.
Ah, yes, hello.
Hi.
That's the blue badger you showed us
Well,
earlier.
would I have gone to jail
Oh.
then? Because that's how.
No,
that
you would
works,
not
right?
have gone to
Yeah, I
jail
know.
for presenting that.
A piece of
They
this
would have
jar
just been
was
like,
discovered
haha,
in the
you're
safe.
idiot.
Haha, you stupid.
Ah, you're idiot.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually
did he pass
found
the
inside your
section?
desk.
Not that.
Okay.
1 second.
Not that, okay.
It was found where?
Found up your bum, lol.
Ha ha ha! You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you had played a part in the illegal investigation. It's true, Phoenix Wright.
Chief Gant, my boyfriend. What's the meaning of this?
I meant to say Phoenix is right, but I somehow forgot the word is and just said Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix is right.
Yeah.
Is that your amazing pun?
It was an unintentional.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay, here's the defense, Tony. You can even rival Worthy.
Well, I have beaten him, like, at least 2 times.
All the times.
So you admit to it, then? That you were involved in the forgery? Oh shit. Oh no. No.
Who, me?
What?
Or me? I have to go for a second. I'll be back.
Okay, in the middle of that line.
Well, I'll read that line. Who, me? What do you mean?
Like literally in the middle of the line.
Oh, by the way, I have to go. Me?
Me? What do I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
You sure are right. Wait a minute. Edgeworth, yes. You take Edgeworth as well.
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Why? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Evidence and forgery. So, completely random thought here, but so Gant is the chief of police, right? Do you think that he would have the power to make his, because his ID is like a bunch of sevens, do you think he would have the power to like choose that just so it's easy to remember?
Maybe he's just cool.
I don't know why, it's just like a thought that I had.
Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list. Oh, for all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
Shit, he knows.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Unless you are just a really nice guy and didn't want Emma to find out what actually happened.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Can't, please, no, don't do this. Oh.
I will kill you.
No, not with your weapons.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
Oh, I don't have any money, shit.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Hutchie. In return, though. I know. That place, right?
What? Huh? What are these guys telepathic? That place? I don't like that. Evidence and forgery. For all I know— HOLD IT! I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
Alright, Gant. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped—
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe. Oh, they would prove his investigation illegal.
Yeah, but even if it was legal, who cares? Never faced anyone as smiley as this guy.
Slimy, not smiley.
Oh, wait, was it slimy?
Yes.
I thought he said smiley.
Damon Gant, the smiliest man
I
around.
mean, he is, though, so...
He is. That's like a very fair misread.
Yeah. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were- HOLD IT! What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
He's right. God, he's smart. That's not good. Objection. If concealing evidence found in the crime scene isn't forgery...
Shit, he's smart. I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was found.
If they were found after- HOLD IT!
Me.
Are you
there's
saying
more
this jar
testimony
fragment
there.
wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? What?
I'm back.
Okay.
They would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all I know, we know it could have suddenly materialized another day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
Huh?
The Chief is talking about the possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting our fucking time.
Was that clever? I don't think his last remark was exactly clever. Tell me
It
something
was
I don't know.
extremely clever. I love this last remark. Come on now, Righto. Think about it.
Okay. There's no point I'd participate in a forgery. Hold it. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent.
Shit.
Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm
Yes,
not
that's right,
sure
it
I
was
care
not
for the
me.
word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Scott.
Now, what do you see?
No, I don't.
Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. HOLD IT! Really, Chief Gans? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh?
The resolution
My
of the SO9
boyfriend?
incident secured your promotion to the Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. That's a good point, Phoenix.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do do do.
You really think I'm not incompetent?
Yes. What do you mean?
Even if at that case, I was already in line to become their chief. The resolution of SO9 really sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
God.
Be careful when you're pointing that finger, or you might up being the one to point it at.
No, please.
Oh,
No.
I'll point at you. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit the forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. The music's fading away.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. Idiot. The only three people who got him are me, myself, and I.
What about Lana Skye, also?
There, it's out in the open now. Oji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
Oh, by all means, please do.
Alright, we've got a new piece of evidence. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. HOLD IT!
Do, do.
Nothing in it for you?
I feel like that's something that the chief of
Sorry.
police shouldn't say.
Well,
but anyways.
yours truly.
Yeah, I agree, but I feel like it's a lie anyway, so we'll see. Did you
That's
say that
girl.
line or?
Lana's little sister, was it?
Sorry, my mic was muted for some
Okay,
reason.
yeah, I thought that was my headset. You went ah, and then you stopped talking.
Huh, that girl, Nana's
Yeah,
little
no.
sister, was it?
I definitely heard that.
Yeah, I thought it was my headset acting up.
If you feel I felt sorry for her, then you better think again.
Wow. That's
You're right. You don't even feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
Who raised you that way?
You seem to be lax enough in yourself, though. Oh, God. No, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplish! True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I meant.
Very well then, I will gladly let you say that about my boyfriend Chief Damon Gant.
Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, the only person I can imagine it being is maybe it's Gumshoe, Lana Scott,
Yeah.
like Meekins. I'm sure that it was Meekins. Gant and Meekins go way back, you know? They have a very rich history together. Lana's the only person I can really imagine. Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gantz, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gantz.
No.
But, how would he profit from all this?
He'll be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet.
That's true.
Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Judge, why are you so stupid?
Oh, wait. You must mean puppets, as in someone forced him to...
Admit it, Chief! You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination.
I do.
Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, it's Lana testifying that I had done such a thing.
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Well, I mean, Emma can't really be protected anymore. The truth is out there.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
It feels like Edgeworth is also just being the defense now, which is great.
This incident? Which one would that be? There are so many.
So many incidents happening today.
Wasn't talking about... murder of Bruce Goodman.
Right, okay.
The chief prosecutor's acting strangely throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone just been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your fucking tongue.
Before I
I
cut
wouldn't
it
want
off
you to get hurt.
with my weapons.
My friends.
Just, what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his own involvement.
What? Order.
It's all
Order,
coming
order.
out.
I said order.
That's it.
Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
He'd never do something like this. I've known him for 10 million years. and
10 million?
He never did
Wow.
this to me.
He never did this once to me.
He never once killed me.
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our state.
Did you really not see this coming, Judge?
To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
No, it's not. Because I'm gonna prove it to you why, actually. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
There's no turning back for us now.
Yeah, Edgeworth, you and me, we're in this together. We'll fight the chief of
Going to
police.
jail together.
Yeah! Oh, what? Wait, did I press the wrong button? Okay. I thought that it pulled up
You're
evidence.
like, wait, what? Did I say something?
Yeah. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Edgeworth, do all the work for me.
Regardless of his chief or title, the chief is just a man, and man are stupid.
A man,
is he a
I
criminal?
stupid.
I believe evidence will tell.
Yeah.
I see.
Alright.
All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Detective Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I don't know why I said Chief Detective.
Chief Detective Gant. Okay, so now it's time for me to screw up. Are you guys ready for that? The evidence law book. What could... Oh, okay, so ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Well, no, the halberd was the other thing. That wouldn't be anything with Goodman. The blue badge. The blue badger. Something that ties Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Is there anything that... Evidence from past case of Edgeworth was brought back to his office by Gant's request. So that could be something, because that was used in order to, like, get Edgeworth over to the evidence room, right? So that very well could be something. I feel like that makes sense. Everything else is a lot to do with the SL9 incident, so nothing that has specifically anything to do with Gant. So I feel like the screwdriver makes sense. Take that!
Well, Chief?
So, right over here is tossing shit out. You know, what an idiot. Mind if I toss something too, Chief? These shoes you do nicely, so I'll chuck it right at you.
You always were quite the joker, weren't you?
Oops. Looks like I got it wrong. Okay, so
Looks
that was
like
not
you got a
correct.
boot to the head.
Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will look some sense into you.
What a reference. I know it's hard that with you. I'm glad you got that wrong answer, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's funny.
Is that reference? The boot to the head.
Yeah.
Anyway, I will say it is because of how many characters I have that I
You say this
stopped
one should be
responding.
pretty clear. Literally every piece of evidence, Narwhal.
I should know because like I have so many people, so I hardly have a chance to like drink something or do something. Whenever I do, one of my characters comes up, and I'm like, "Fuck."
Just don't do anything ever. Your focus should be 100%
But
on the
Try
street.
to think back what happened at the evidence room 4 days ago.
Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Okay. Oh! Duh! Duh! Okay. I feel like what I
Looks like
said...
he wants another one of your boots, Uchi.
What I said kind of gets to the same point. It's just, you know, a little bit more, like, it's a little bit less connected, but my reasoning was for the same point, you know?
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murders.
Alright, so we know because of the ID card record that this person right up there, that's Mr. Gant. Take that!
This is the ID card list.
I'd like completely forgotten about that, honestly, with all the evidence that we have here. Yes, this is the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There's one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Oh, sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card.
He like holds up his card, and then like freaking Phoenix just grabs it and looks. And it's like it says sevens. He's like, shit. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, look, he's pissed off, yeah. Let's get Gant down to his freaking knees.
Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Oh, look at how mad he is.
Nothing.
This is always so satisfying to me when like you've got a really calm and collected character and like you provide a piece of evidence that really just you can tell based on their sprite gets to them. It's got them angry because they know that you've got them cornered. I really like that.
Cornered. 2000.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
Yeah!
Right now, this court demands an explanation from you. And about the use of this ID card.
He's pissed off.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm a chief of police. Whether I entered that evidence room, or whether it's the evidence room, or the bathroom.
It's always the most common collected ones where.
What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. I can take a shit in the evidence room if I wanted. There's nothing. No one can stop me.
No one can stop me. That's actually what my locker is filled with. So far, at least, yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah, Red White was really calm and collected.
Yeah.
You entered the room. Were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do at the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with
Objection,
me, would
says
he?
the judge. You go to the bathroom with me all the time. You cancel shit. You got me. I did the murder.
I did the murder. You're right. Chief Gant is speed.
Of course not. Why would he be? So I got a stress ball that I'm using to squeeze like he's squeezing his hand. I haven't seen him in days.
Objection! You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have been with Detective Goodman.
Well, what do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt.
That's a good voice line.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. Edgeworth, I love you, dude. Oh my god.
The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing.
If Scott told him, can you read
One second. I was typing something. Okay, so what transpired during that meeting?
Okay, Scott, I can understand it if, like, your character wasn't in the middle of speaking lines.
Look, I'm sorry.
It's different from when Eugh is speaking or I'm speaking and then it goes to Edgeworth to literally in the middle of a 3-sentence thing that Edgeworth is speaking. And also, your phone keeps going off. Put it on silent.
Yeah, it does. I know.
You don't have.
Why are you so bad
besides-
at this, Scott?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Okay, so we need to find out that.
Go
We need to
Goodman's...
find out. Dad.
Well, let's see what could work in the first place. This has nothing to do with anything. I'm glad about that. Narwhal, can you not, like, say Kyogre, please, literally every time that I'm presenting evidence, Narwhal? I'd like to look at my evidence and think about it, dude. Just because I don't get it right away doesn't mean anything, my guy. So the victim went to meet Chief Gan on the day of the crime, so that's what we need to figure out, obviously. So, what else can we go for here? I gotta take a look at everything that I've got, because I'm not entirely sure what it is that I want to take a look with. Edgeworth's toolbox is totally the
Edgeworth's knife.
Edgeworth's knife, yeah.
The parking stub.
Blue Badger panel, of course.
It's Goodman's report. It's Goodman's note.
When did Goodman write this? This was found in the car trunk. 221 SL9 was... 221 was the date that he got murdered, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, February 21st. So I feel like that's a pretty good thing. Take that!
You're wrong.
Ah, shit!
Stupid.
There's no something was solved in this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gantz.
Sorry to interrupt your rambling, but the court is waiting.
See, now you can call me dumb. Oops.
It's obvious, honestly.
Clearly not to me. Things that are obvious to you are not necessarily obvious to me, Mr.
Why don't you
Scott.
come meet with me tomorrow?
I don't know how you don't realize that yet.
Perhaps you could write up your letter of termination? That's how
Yeah,
it works
let's
on
do
a fucking lawyer.
Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day.
You can't be like, oh, you're fired.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence.
I'm gonna save just because I know that I'm gonna die right here. It's inevitable, guys.
Yeah, good idea. I would just save before every question, to be honest.
I'm not gonna do that. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gantz
why
on the day
not?
of the murder. Okay.
You might need it at this rate.
Yeah.
Fair
It's
enough.
obvious, but you're being
Fair
stupid. I will tell you, it's not in the first page.
Alright, sexy. IDs
What?
of all... What, I got a hint. Scene of the stabbing, PD. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Only sent it a bit.
And I will tell you, it's evidence you've had for a while.
Alright, perfect.
I think
So,
it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it is.
you guys keep saying that. That does not
No,
make it
just
true.
literally, all you need to do is read the description, and it should, like, click with you. It should.
Okay.
Yeah, why would you want to meet Chief Gant?
Mine's blood too. What was he doing in the first place? I'm clearly missing some vital piece
You
of
are,
information.
and you just did something that made me laugh.
Yeah, me too.
I did? Okay, great.
Yes.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
clearly missing some vital piece of information. I don't know what that would mean with
Just
it.
look, I didn't narrow it down. It's on this page.
Yeah, well, I figured that much at this point. How am I
obviously
doing,
have to
guys?
do like if he had to meet with Chief Gant, right?
Okay. I see.
So, like, why?
Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. Okay, see, I didn't read that.
Yeah, well, what did we
That's
just
what
say?
we
Look at
did.
We lack because you're looking at every piece of evidence and you skipped that one to go to the thing next to
Yeah.
it.
That's why we
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. You know, so
We're out here at Jake Marshall's store.
I had thought to myself, like, I literally had thought, what if because I was going through the evidence in my head, and I thought, what if the, like, ID card, the thing that I just presented, could only be submitted to the chief of police? But I thought, nah, that doesn't make sense. I don't need to look at it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. You see, like, again, like I said, you can call me stupid all you want with that, because that was dumb on my part, I'll admit that. But, you know, give me a chance sometimes. Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are still in the possession of that report.
If it isn't obvious at this point, Gant, I clearly steal a lot of evidence. It's just how it is. I don't care how illegal it is. It's just how it
a
is.
criminal, Phoenix Wright.
Yeah. Ah, yes, Awoken Dumb. I forgot that's finally here.
Oh, nice.
Dude, I could use it too.
Which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
I'm so glad you have 2 emotes now.
Yeah. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes. To transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Makes sense, makes sense. Detective
Okay.
Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompany the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way that the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
I'll be back, food.
I'll be back, food.
Hold on,
Oh,
let
God.
me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Yes!
Well, I didn't.
Shit! that puts a big wrench in my plan. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him into the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes.
Ah, yes, let me do that.
Now
right
that you
now.
mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Oh, Edgeworth.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. And you really lent it to Detective Goodman. You were
Yeah!
found on his body.
Edgeworth. Oh, holy shit!
No!
That was a sprite! That's interesting. Jesus, sorry, I keep forgetting that I'm reading him while Yoga's gone. Chief Gant, you did it!
Breadstick.
Oh, Gant. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime. For no one in their right mind would
Only
choose
this
the
one
police
line.
department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection! You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered by the prosecutor's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
Oh, I think I
What-
know
who-
how.
What idiot drove the body in the back of their car there? What fucking idiot would do that, even without even knowing it? I was in the prosecutor's apartment all day, you know.
I think I know how the body got moved.
And everyone said that Lana Skye stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. I am? You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, see, they just ordered an officer to do it.
Meekins was do it. He's kind of stupid.
Meekins was.
I'm doing, sir.
Yeah. Hey, Casino.
Hey, you, take us to a dead body over to the prosecutor's
I wanna-
office. Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Righto.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. This is gonna be the screwdriver. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. You.
Sorry, I was changing my profile picture to Mike Meekins.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
good.
yeah.
That's
How
important.
could
That's understandable.
it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Now, okay, I was a little bit ahead when I was talking about this before, but evidence from the past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Take that! This is how we moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver?
He used this screwdriver to screw the... Yeah, no, just what I said.
To screw
before.
him.
He
What
screwed
does that
himself.
have to do with the case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. I have been saying this since, like, the beginning.
It's just been obvious since the beginning.
I don't care, Scott. Let me have happiness. Every time I have
No.
something like this, I don't care how obvious it is. I've called this for a long
Let me have
time.
happiness. No.
Every time I'm like, oh yeah, I got something, Scott's just like, shut the fuck up. It's obvious. I'm kicking you out of these streams, honestly.
Oh, that's
No, but
sad.
I had called this from the very beginning. I knew that was how it worked out. So it just we're finally bringing it in and pulling it together. Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
Well, it's here
This
because...
is gonna scream.
I was asking you, my chief can't know this.
It all makes sense!
You told me you wanted to keep it here at the prosecutor's office.
Who knew that a simple screwdriver could be the key to this entire case? Maybe not the...
Except it's
key,
not.
but-
Yeah.
In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here.
Alright.
After the ceremony ended that day,
I'm so
I
ready
didn't plan to return to the
this.
prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. It was the screwdriver to this entire case.
You mean I...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Detective Goodman's, body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? I really liked that screwdriver. There's only one
I
plausible
did too.
explanation. The transport to the body to your to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Dude, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Order! What's going on here? I'm so confused!
Order.
Room for rebuttal to the defense's
Order.
Think
Order,
back
order,
to the
order.
photograph Mr. Starr, not Mr. Starr. Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office.
Mr. Patrick Starr.
This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. This is case 5.
Photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, my boyfriend, please say something.
I believe... Your time's up.
Oh no!
My time's up?
The judge just falls over and fucking dies.
Sorry, Wright-o, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General
That
after
was a
this.
spoiler, so you immediately panicked asking. I feel like you mean like you saying, "Is this case 5?" I don't think that's a spoiler. The fact that this is the 5th case, unless they're talking about something else, Kashino.
Is he talking about something else, or is he not?
Gant, you're not getting out of this that easily. No way in hell.
Well, we have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
In case you've never finished, glad to finally see it solved. Yeah, Kashino. Let's go through it together then. Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. Invoking that right now.
What? That's not a right to be casually invoked.
It's not.
There are certain risks to be considered.
Oh, Edgeworth. Everyone against
So, you're
Gant.
just going to run away after all this. Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right?
Kind of.
You see, you just admitted it, you messed up.
Yeah, you see?
But, if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
I discussed it being a spoiler because apparently you're not supposed to know there are more than 4 cases. I knew there were 5 cases this entire time, right? I don't really...
It's not a spoiler, no, it was never a secret, ever.
Yeah, definitely not. So, you don't gotta worry, Kashino. Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, I show you your proof and get it over with.
Muffler.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof.
Judge, give me a minute. I'm gonna save again.
Okay.
I feel like it's important, Judge. Just
It
stop.
is.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor.
do you have any concrete proof?
you have any proof of
Proof that
concrete?
Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body.
Do I have any concrete proof? Present evidence. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have evidence. I'm not save scumming per se. I just
Save scumming is important to this game.
I feel like save scumming is fair when you're streaming. I mean, really, with
Please
this with,
hurry up and present it. Just remember.
with this game, I feel like save scumming in itself is fair, but it's more so just so I don't have to go through a bunch of
Since when you
dialogue.
lose, you
I
go
better
back
prove
to when you
Chief
last
Gant
saved
murdered Detective
anyway.
Goodman.
Yeah,
Save
so
scumming hardly even exists in this game.
yeah, exactly.
Like it's just like ensuring you don't have to pointlessly redo a bunch of shit.
Yeah. Murder weapon usually.
Awokenkyoger
All right.
might be dumb.
Thank you, Eugh. I haven't even
Do you-
looked at the evidence yet.
Do you
Okay,
agree,
so-
Scott? Do you think Awokenkyoger is dumb?
You're dumb.
Alright.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna tell you the answer here, okay?
Alright, just tell me the answer right now.
I'm legitimately gonna tell you the answer here, okay?
Alright.
Present anything because you fucked up in saying there was proof.
Yeah, you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, there is no proof.
Oh, good.
I
Okay,
don't want to
wow.
be sitting here for hours while you try to.
I'm just like, I present every single piece of fucking evidence. The evidence law book!
So,
This
what
is
exactly-
this was one of the very few times where you're supposed to say you don't have anything.
Yeah, okay, because
Yeah,
I've gotten into the mindset now where even if I don't think there's evidence, I just say that there is, so...
The
What
closer
exactly-
to end game you get, the more likely that, like in
is
games,
this
the more likely you're
evidence?
gonna have to say that.
Okay. It's proof as to
Yeah.
whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the
You,
chief's
you
guilt.
screwed everything up.
I'll let you be the judge.
You saved after you.
But
You
I
said
am the
yes.
judge. Did you actually save after?
Wait, did I?
You're an idiot. Did
I think
you?
did.
Wait, well, what do you
Oh my
think, Your
God.
Honor? Well, it should...
It doesn't matter.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. You're just dumb.
Yeah, it wouldn't
think
matter if
Mr.
you
Wright
fucking.
is I'm going to be late
if
for
you, like,
lunch.
already died.
Yeah, that would have been
No, I'm
fun.
kidding. It wouldn't have mattered if you died because it would have just reset you there full health.
Narwhal's
You would
saying
have
I
had
didn't...
combat.
Narwhal's saying I didn't... No, yeah, I think Narwhal's right. I didn't save after. I saved before I answered yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's right about that.
Don't be hardwired to automatically say yes. Give it thought.
Maybe I should save to multiple save files.
Yeah.
I guess it
Yeah,
wasn't
you really
enough.
should.
Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer.
Yolo
to say
Kami, it's safe enough to this game.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current
Yeah.
member.
This court
The
will not...
Colonel will not tolerate. Well, Mr. Wright, is there evidence?
Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Gant... Do I have any concrete proof? I have no proof
Yeah, I
yet.
can't. I could have like we would have sat here forever. You've been like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
there is,
I
and then-
didn't want to. Like,
No, that
waste
no,
any
no, that was
time
a
there.
that was a completely good call, Scott. Because I definitely wouldn't have been like, no, I don't have any evidence. I would have to look through everything. and
Yeah,
see
I should
if
just
there's
give up.
anything.
Actually.
I like it was enough to just to like not tell you like it was like hard enough to not say just don't hit just say no.
No, yeah, I think it's a good call to do it after I screw it up the first time.
Yeah.
I think you made the right call there. Saving to multiple files is for dweebs. I agree, Kishino.
No,
but
it's not. How is it for dweebs? It's
He's
for
right.
badasses.
It's for badasses, really.
It's for badasses.
Especially for stream capability or for stream reasons. I feel like it makes sense because I don't want to have to like go back a really long time or screw up yada yada. You know what I mean. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. So wait, if I had to say no, would I have even been able to save after I said yes?
Yeah.
So what if I had been saving over the same save file the entire game, and then I got myself into a point where no matter what, I would just die?
Well, you would when you went
Then
back, then you would
reset to a certain point. Yeah.
I think it resets to the point where you saved with full health.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And I think if there's ever a point where something would take all your health, you can't save after that.
That makes sense. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure.
And
of
there are
myself.
moments like that, I will tell you.
Oh, good.
Where they
No,
will
you're-
one
Yeah. Well,
shot
the
you no
game's
matter
just
what.
like the game's just
Oh,
like, wow,
Jesus.
you're stupid.
Some will be out of nowhere. Some just won't be like a penalty. Some it'll just be okay. You've lost.
That's gonna be fun. At present, I
Yeah.
have no conclusive
There's like,
evidence.
wow, you're an idiot, Awokenkyoger.
Yeah.
They'll just say that.
They do.
See, Audrey, they do. They specifically mentioned you. This is why we need to finally play the game.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all making sense now.
The game is meant for you to be
In
played
this case,
before you were born.
Before I
this
was
court
born.
is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
Like 10 years before the name Awokenkyoger even existed. What?
Yeah. Here's the tip. Never gamble on what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems Lady Luck was on my side again tonight. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you.
Burb says, Narwhal, how much longer is this gonna be? Burb apparently is bored. Bye, Gant.
How much longer is it gonna be? This is probably only like half over.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Okay. Wah! Okay.
Objection. Lady Luck, maybe you should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial.
Wow, Burb.
We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testify.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, my only other method is proof by testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's someone else, one more witness who can answer all of the questions raised in this trial. Someone who's right in the very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Mike Meekins.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes, sir!
And the Blue Badger, they're the same person, but...
No! No way. Why are you asking me?
How'd you know?
Yep. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten?
Edgeworth, can you just say it so I don't have to do it?
The defense is the one calling
Oh, calling today. I forgot about the fact that we were doing it.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be able to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Okay, it's a she.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth said Phoenix Wright.
Angel Star, okay. Take that! I love how stupid the judge is.
Miss Lana Skye.
Gumshoe's a she, yeah. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Was it Mr. Edgeworth's orders?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Alright.
Very well. This court will now take its final recess for the
Yeah,
day.
more recess.
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant.
I think this is
This
a
court
help
is now
yourself,
in.
too.
Hold on!
If it even happens, hold on.
Huh?
Chief Gant.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
I've come back to confess!
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
No, this isn't suspicious at all.
Like the judge is like, you do realize I can hear you right now. Very obviously threatening the defendant to not talk. Your sister will be found guilty of Miss O'Neill Marshall's murder.
Gant, why are you an asshole? Ah! This isn't good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? So they're totally not true. I totally didn't do that, alright? Just think of that's something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet.
God, I wish you weren't the chief of police so we could just, like, detain you.
Wait, what? A lunch date? Not with me?
My God.
Okay,
Should I just get
there
over
aren't
that?
any further objections. I'm going to end the trial right now.
I gotta go lunch.
He's like, I'm going to end the trial.
The defendant is found not guilty. I gotta go.
Right, and
Court
I'm
is
about
now
to
in
do
recess.
it. Right now.
Court is now in recess. All right, guys, it's
This
recess.
is a
time.
health refill.
February 25th.
Enjoy recesses as health refills.
Yeah, they are. I think.
Enjoy them enjoy them now as you can because they won't be in later games.
Oh, sweet.
There's like a benefit to that though.
Okay.
I think they reset based on day in other games, like what trial day it is.
Okay.
Looks like I managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Gumshoe.
Okay. That's the chief. Something else.
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm the detective anymore.
Oh, did you get fired? Oh yeah.
You
so
were
that's-
there.
Oh yeah, I was there, wasn't I?
You were literally the reason he got fired.
I mean.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
What? My office?
Sure. I'll take the place that Top that a girl used to work with.
Top
What?
not a
Which
girl.
one?
Which one? You mean Maya? Dude.
Ah, I don't remember her. She was here so long
Still,
ago.
looks like we're on a moves now.
Dude, I cannot wait for Gumshoe to work with me.
No.
Work on you.
Isn't it stupid how February only has 28 days, 29 on a leap year? Yeah, it's weird. It's like, there's a reason for it, but it's weird.
Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hands?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Yeah. It's really not, honestly.
Settle down,
Isn't
right?
it stupid how
Remember the judge-
February only has 20 days, 29 on a leap year? Why is that dumb?
I just read that.
I know, but I don't get why it's dumb.
Too bad.
What do you mean you don't get it?
The chief, it's not right to be kept.
Each year is like
But Chief, that is a certain risks to be
not quite
considered.
every 65 days. That's why.
I mean, it's just because, like,
Each day is technically not 24 hours. That
Yeah.
adds up to one extra day every 4 years.
yeah,
Yes.
that you explained that better than I would have been able to. I don't know if it's necessarily a stupid reason. It is still weird, but
It's a necessary thing with how our calendar is.
So like
Man, fuck
in many
the calendar.
years,
It's necessary.
we'd be
If they, like-
behind multiple days.
Yeah.
Like our calendars would be wrong. That day wasn't put in there.
Yeah,
just
it's
have less
seasons
months
start to
for
get
31
fucked
days more
up.
with 30. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think, yeah, because I don't think that works. Because it's just it's the way that time happens, you know.
Yeah, what stupid thing needs to not be a thing anymore is daylight savings time.
That is fair. What did he mean by that?
Like, why don't we just once we do like the fall back in like 2 days, or whatever the hell it is.
Oh, is that happening soon?
That's November like 3rd.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, it's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also
I
holds
saw
true.
February thought of this. That's completely fair. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? That wasn't who
That's
I thought
me.
it was. Emma, are you okay?
Emma's the hell yeah.
I like Emma Scott.
I do too. I'm not talking simply so we can hear her theme song. Okay, they're fine. Yeah, but it came too. I was in the medical office. Don't forget, she passed out when she realized.
No,
that,
I know. Yeah.
I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
Don't be. It was the truth.
It's true.
But you know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
I feel so relieved that I killed that guy.
Yeah. Now I finally know who it really happens. Didn't get all this time. My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me.
Damn.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed.
Right.
Perhaps it was easier now for her that way. What do you mean?
Gumshoe's completely lost. He doesn't know anyone that's being talked about.
I don't understand anything.
What do you think I mean? Try to follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Do you're Gumshoe for the rest of this trial.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Gotta give
So
you a-
I have everyone here except Phoenix. You have no one.
She's got the
She
judge,
told her to do.
but he's not here yet.
Assuming he even talks again. We got
Never.
Emma's back. It's even
Read
more
your
ridiculous.
lines.
I did.
Oh, you did? Read
Yeah.
it again!
Okay, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so.
I read the last bit of the line. It's all my fault. All because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Can't believe you do that.
Hey. Oh god, I don't have a gumshoe. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. I don't have a gumshoe voice. I was not ready for this. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
We live in a society.
Chief beat
Said Gumshoe.
Chief can't be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Yeah! I'm glad that you're from New York, Gumshoe. Emma.
He is. That's
Why
why
don't
he
you
says
want
pal.
Ah, right.
Only people from New York say pal.
I'm going with you. I want to be there
In the society. Bottom text.
when Lana tells the truth.
Yeah!
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
It's literally everyone
Put
against
your
Gantz.
N-words in the chat.
Everyone kills Gantz.
Everybody murders Gantz. I'll be right back after getting on the bed. I'll go.
To be continued.
The world versus Demon Gantz.
It's the world. It's the world versus Damon.
Alright. There we go. Trial Ladder 2. Gantz is Julius Caesar. February 25, 2:21 p.m. District Court, Courtroom No. 9. Alright, let's go. It's time for Emma to help us again with the trial.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Alright, let's try and get something out of Lana. We'll see what it is that we can.
Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these last 2 years. Oh, but I didn't miss the last part of the trial. Yeah, you made it in time for that, Baretsu.
Please, provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. Want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
That's reassuring.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. Fine. Fine. First, tell us your relationship with Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Come on, Lana. Give us the truth. Give us Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for 2 years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Thank you, Lana, for that. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I'm sure that's a lie.
I'll be back soon.
Okay, bye.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. You can have Emma.
But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
It's not good. Not good. That's what I've been telling you from the very beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
Why has this case been doing that so often? Like, Phoenix says something in the parentheses, which is his thought, and then someone responds. Like, especially it happens a lot with Emma, but, like, this case keeps doing that.
Because she reads his thoughts. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Oh, well, it's... Yeah, I'm the wrong player for that.
The defense may now begin its...
Alright. Gant and the fabrication. Considering people who are anything but lawyers can beat this game and solve the mystery, this judge who was surrounded by trials is so gosh darn dumb. Yeah, I think that we've figured that out by this point. The judge is kind of stupid. I worked alongside- HOLD IT! How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... There's HOLD IT! But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail! You still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. But hold it! Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But why did she do... What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day. All because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana says, Scott, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
Yeah. When I found- HOLD IT!
Yeah.
You say you did this all by yourself. Yes, sorry.
There's like silence. Yeah. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What?!
Desk slam.
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark, and legitimately was about to say Drake.
Something like that.
From Drake and Josh. So if that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade
God,
knife.
Oh? That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies.
Yeah. All this to protect me.
Stop reading my thoughts!
It's literally something me and Maya have the ability to do. Don't question it. Larry sometimes has the ability.
Alright.
Like when you were making fun of him in case 4. Remember that?
Yeah.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do?
Anyone who knows Phoenix well knows how predictable his thoughts are.
That is true. That is
This is
true.
what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, then moved the- HOLD IT! You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Yeah, I do have a pretty good head, he says, and he starts
Yes,
petting
my
his
head.
hair.
Oh boy.
I'm such a good boy, he says.
I'm such a good boy. I'm a good boy. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife, and why did you move the body? Oh boy, I have 2 questions that I have to decide from. I feel like planting the knife is 1. But why did you do that? I'm curious about that one way or the other. Come on, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well. Let's add this to the witnesses'
Okay, so this is
testimony.
another case of you choose one there and then it changes.
The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Okay. HOLD IT! So I'll have to remember to come back to the other option. I don't want to forget that. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that point, might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him connected would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes. That's not very good, because I hated Dark for what he did. Okay, so let's press this. My only motive- HOLD IT! So you rearranged the crime scene? Are you sure you didn't do this just to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? So many times, Or how many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
Please, why she did it so I wouldn't be
Blame for what
happened.
happened.
In any
I was
case,
gonna do that. You fucking destroyed it.
As
I
a
was just
prosecutor-
gonna randomly go into normal talking.
what I've done is unpardonable.
I'm not used to having Emma back yet.
There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. So you could be talking about making a
Sorry,
sandwich.
Mr.
and
Wright,
getting
my
stuck on the
sister's
first
lying.
question. It's completely true, Kashina. She looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Alright, so let's go back to that one thing. I think it was this one. Did you end up doing something with your sister? Dad, but what you did was self-defense, you idiot! Yeah, okay, I think that was the wrong one. Rearrange the crime scene. Is that one? Hold it! According to your testimony... No, okay, I did the wrong one again, I think. I gotta go back! I pressed the wrong... I'm really good at this game, guys. Okay. Go through this black man theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Can I go back to that? Because that's what I just pressed, yeah? I'm trying to find the second option. And... what am I missing? Is that not what I pressed? Hold up. No, that is exactly what I just pressed. So, what was it that gave me the option for those two choices?
What gave you the option for the 2 choices, you say?
Yeah. What was it?
Well...
Because I want to talk about the other thing that I was able to do. 'Cause it's definitely not this one. That's the statement that got it to us. So I thought it would have been this one, but that's not giving it to me. So
wait, the statement that gave you the 2 options
Yeah.
was I broke the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the victim.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? You're right. Okay, I thought that was the statement that gave it to
Then
me.
you move the body.
You don't need. We're not reading this, by the way. You already said all that.
Yeah, I know. My head
No,
is...
you were like normally going through the text.
Oh, it wasn't intentional. So we did why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was exactly where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this. Oh shit.
In more detail.
I don't know what
When
happened.
did Skye move the body?
He just randomly stopped talking.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Hold it! Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. The blue badger jar. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. No. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I mean, was the jar on the other side of the room? Does that even no, it wasn't on that side of the room.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
It's a pretty obvious contradiction.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Alright, so I'm assuming the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. What the fuck are you doing?
Don't ask.
Don't
Okay,
ask?
so,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm assuming that this
peeling
is...
off
Never
a Pringles can. I'm peeling it. I don't know why. I'm just...
Alright, fair enough, I suppose. Okay, so the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. So our whole plan was... Yeah.
This is a pretty obvious contradiction here.
I knew. Head right on the surface of blood. Companions for Chief Gant safe. What the fuck ever. Let's try it. Ejection!
Yeah, you don't even know why that's right, though.
Yeah, I don't, but it's pretty obvious that that's what I need to...
that's what you're supposed to present, yeah, but, like... you don't know why you need to present it. It's
Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall...
Yet the word Ina is written in blood. It's not even Emma. Bless you. Narwhal wants to know if he can eat the Pringles wrapper, Scott. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. This vase is so relevant. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. I gotta go for a few minutes. And
Do you have a problem with that?
See you, Gashina. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it at his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Yep, that makes sense.
Order, order!
What if he put it back together and then wrote it and then just let it fall back down? You know? I could see that. I could see that. Scott, are you here?
Your Honor, it would...
I am here. What about it?
You were
What about it?
I
know you're
realize-
lying.
For some reason, I was sneezing a bunch and I had my mic muted,
Oh, okay, that's
so I
fair.
didn't realize.
No, that's fair.
Okay, Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this child's bloody message. It was a very obvious contradiction.
Yeah.
Like, you should have, honestly, like, I don't know how you didn't see it when the message first came up.
Well, you see, it doesn't matter because I provided the evidence anyway. That's really
Yeah,
what's
whatever.
important.
We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Yes, something critical. Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are. Not the truth towards which we are headed.
Yeah. What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece it together the information and arrive
Yeah,
at the truth.
piece together, just like we did with the jar.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. Witness testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Okay, Lana, that makes perfect sense. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But you clearly didn't! All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay, Lana.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think that Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the— Hold it! So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Wow! Not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You are an ace detective. You never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe? I almost said something after you said that. You investigate what was on the jar pieces.
Normally I
You
wouldn't.
can guess what I was about to say.
I didn't hear what you
But it
said.
was dark in the
Right,
room.
right after I said Ace Detective.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. Hold it! Why was it dark in the room? So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case.
Nana, would you do that for me? I mean, would
Seems
you
you
do
two
that?
might make up yes. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose a chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had destroyed the evidence before anyone came in.
Your shoulder's always been this broad, Phoenix.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the HOLD IT!
I wiped away the hold it.
I'm afraid this
I
action of
wiped
yours
away
reveals
that
what
hold
really
it.
happens.
There was a hold it, but I
Wiped
wiped it away.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dart killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation?
Not that. Anna.
I only
The
had a few
opposite of
moments.
that.
There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large,
You-
so I ensured to God. Hold it! But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective was always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
I mean, I always carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. Getting
never
on
miss
airplanes
anything.
must be impossible for Emma.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I always try to make sure, check blood everywhere.
I spray it all over the
Every
TSA.
room that I go into.
Every room. You'll believe how many murders I've accidentally discovered. It's horrible.
All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were just HOLD IT! So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up.
Yes, it is.
After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
An even bigger stain than there already was.
More contradictions have surfaced in the testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony.
Not
There's
you?
one final possibility that might turn everything around. Alright, so
I
immediately...
believe.
Alright, so let's go through everything. I really don't pay that much attention to what I should be contradicting, like in the main statements until after. So I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out, and apparently she had a flashlight on her or something. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. I'm still confused how this leads to one of the pieces getting into Gant's safe. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Like, that's one thing that's on my mind. I don't know if that's something I should be proving now. But... Well, no. We know for a fact that she didn't get them all because of the one piece. So that's not right, because this piece that was in Gant's safe, she did not get them all. So... Do I want to present the vase again?
Do you?
Objection! How many times am I going to present the vase in this one
Everyone
trial?
loves
Oh, don't get worried. There's a time in a later game, later trial, where this is literally all you present.
Oh my
There's a certain
God.
piece of evidence.
just a vase the whole time.
Yeah, it's a vase.
The
that's
exact
what I
same
mean.
one.
Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was... blood on it. Steel blood on it.
What the fuck is going on?
But the witness just testified
Hmm.
that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
I'm still not completely sure where it is Everything is heading. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night of the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up to the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. Ooh. Ooh.
Order. I didn't. Stupid screen share didn't load. I just assumed that's what it was. 'Cause gavel. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed the piece?
Objection! I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dent.
What a
They
loser.
were in my
Looking
mouth
for
all along. Ha, can you believe that?
I love the judge so much.
Wow, do you? That's so cool. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived, the jaw was already broken.
Oh,
Yeah, man, it was.
that.
Right.
Dude, I'll be right back after this line. There's
Okay.
no way the name could have chatted without the jar, and the jar I fucked up this line, and the person has come to the scene prior to the witness!
Alright, chat, take...
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking...
Take your bets, chat. What is Scott going to do whenever he leaves for like 5 minutes? He's done that a couple times this stream. What do we all
He's
think that
probably
he's
using
doing?
the bathroom like Scott always does.
He does do that a lot, but let's see what chat thinks. I'm curious.
For dark downstairs...
Objection! The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 straight years? What the fuck? What was the judge doing?
Gant.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Don't accuse my
Go
boyfriend
rappers.
like this. No!
Setting up the next murder. Okay, that's a good one.
Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
He's such a fucking idiot. I love the judge.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded
Murder of me.
to then break into the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces.
Question. What is action called? That was perfect timing.
Fabrication of evidence.
Why did your voice suddenly change back to
Why
normal,
would
Edgeworth?
Chief Gant do that?
Dude, I don't know. It's crazy.
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
I've said it before, but again, it's awesome how Edgeworth is practically playing second defense in this trial. I love it.
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma Skye killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aids. Lending her sister his aid, Gant helped
Saw Gant's aids.
She sought Gant's aid for help.
Gant helped to create evidence to commit an Dark Drake, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
Oh God! No, I didn't do it on my own. She just like freaking.
Please, sis,
Leg.
stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most
Mr.
foul
Wright
lies to
smells.
defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
No, he does not. Wait a minute. I do that. I could do it right now. The possibilities are endless. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Well, he is 2017. He just said dab.
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, Wright? So, do tell the foul lies then, Mr. Wright.
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was
What?
fabricated behind your back,
Butts.
then Emma's
But-
accidental killing
It
of
was Larry Butts.
no, Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Uh-oh. Ooh.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you win,
If you
win,
do you win?
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
Edgeworth's so comforting.
This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility it will, if you tell the truth.
Dude, I'm gonna be able to make my tier list after this stream. Look forward to that in the Discord server, everybody.
Yeah, a very
Very well.
tier listy.
I'll testify
What
about
the?
what I really saw. Dude, let's go.
All right. The witness may testify for the final time, please.
Actual crime scene. Witness testimony. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Favorite part's just 2 moments. Let's go, Buretsu. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Ooh. No.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If you only had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture.
What did I do?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. She gave that to me, but I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
What? Very well, Miss. Okay.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. This morning, huh?
She said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Yeah, check out evidence.
Yeah.
There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Well, I mean, there's only one piece of evidence that I got today. I mean, unless... No, that didn't, she didn't fucking give that. She gave me this evidence.
Yeah, she
file.
didn't give you that. I don't know why you...
Unless! Hold on.
Unless...
Unless!
Unless the blue badger, the picture she gave.
Objection theme starts playing. The blue badger did it. She is innocent.
The only thing that she gave me was this book. I guess I never.
I love
really...
how it's fucking. Your
Blue
thing is
badger.
fucking transparent. You know, I love it because it's just the background of Ace Attorney and
Yeah.
Meekins' head floating.
Is there anything? Pio.
Pio. Yeah, look at Pio.
Look at Pio.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello!
I think you could have discovered this earlier. If you're wrong.
Lana Skye.
I'm not sure. I don't remember how this
I
works.
feel like it wouldn't have let you for. I mean, I guess it could have. I don't know. Hey, there's a
don't
picture here.
remember.
I might be wrong. Probably not, actually.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Oh,
that's
oh
right.
my.
Oh my.
This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw
No, I
a
guess
crime
not.
scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Crime scene photo from the case taken 2 years ago. Lana's picture inserted in the record. 2 years ago.
Gasp, Mr. Wright.
Baretsu says it wouldn't let you examine it beforehand.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
What if I wanted to examine it beforehand? They just really wanted.
Even if you really wanted to, Scott, I don't think you
You
can.
really.
Could that be?
That piece cut out of his vest. The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. And whose fingerprints were on that?
Emma's?
Yeah. Thank you for answering.
prove anything.
Well, I guess I did say it in a way that sounded like it proved something, but I just
And whose fingerprints
And
are
whose
on? Oh wait.
Fingerprints were on those.
What's this?
Oh shit! Never mind.
This is a handprint, isn't it? This is the past Emma talking before this stuff happened.
Oh, now it's present Emma.
Before she became depressed.
But now
That
it's okay because
pause.
she's out of her depression now.
Yeah, she's out of her depression now. It's fine. Well, I mean, kind of.
I guess.
She will be
alright.
soon.
Yeah, she'll be depressed again later, don't worry.
Yeah,
She'll be depressed soon.
it's a cycle.
Hey, Emma, are you excited about becoming depressed?
Who isn't?
She's like, I'm starting to feel a bit depressed about the fingerprints right now and the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Oh, so
Why
that
are your
was
lips
real.
turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Did you figure out that those are my fingerprints? She says with evil laughter.
She's numb the whole time.
Oh, did you figure out it was me?
Yes, it's true. I did accidentally do it.
She just like starts walking in the middle of the courtroom. I killed him. It was me.
We knew that already, by the way. We knew that, actually.
Yeah, we knew that. Anyway, let's get on to cross-examination.
It's this big thing that she's making it out to be.
It's like, yeah, we knew that already, Emma. Just
So
now
once
we
you tell
know
the
it was
truth,
on
you should be able to
purpose.
flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the cross-examine.
Actual crime scene. Okay, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to either use the picture or the piece of cloth. When I... Oh, hold it. Ooh. Is it gumshoe? I bet. Oh no, it's not gumshoe.
Do.
Now
Gant,
come
why are
on,
you here?
Aji. This
And-
is the poorest excuse for a trial I have ever seen.
Gant, you are so suspicious.
What? Now you have to make me out as the bad guy, too? So if so, I'd like to put a word or two into my defense. Objection! I'm afraid it's too late for that. What?
What
You've
happened to
already
your lunch
declined
date?
testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
I love you,
Doctor.
Edgeworth.
Die.
I love you, Edgeworth. He knows the law. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck.
Jesus, Edgeworth. GGG.
Ah. So what? You think I'm worried? No,
Yeah.
okay, Edgeworth first. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. I'm literally reading the script right now and not what's going on, so...
Are you?
Yes. What do you mean? The evidence will be talking for me! Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. See?
I purposefully waited on that last line.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, yes, that's
I'm not gonna do
true.
that anymore,
Wait,
maybe.
you mean
Maybe I will.
you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So then, what's your excuse, righto?
What, me? I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, man, he's been paying attention. What do you mean? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his own death?
But wait, that goes against the thing, doesn't it? That goes against the laws.
Is that what you think? Conclusive evidence leaves no room for doubt.
Yeah, because if I present that goes against the evidence law, which is, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to, well, no, okay, it's so I guess it is relevant to the case on trial. So I guess it wouldn't go against it. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, right? So that would go against the rules for submitting evidence.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal...
Hold up, Judge. If I try... Alright.
Hold up.
If I try to
Hold
conceal
up.
what now?
anything, you will be the one appearing before the court. Duh.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed President Peter Marshall? Cannot show evidence. Yeah. Your Honor? I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Clapping.
I did it!
What? You lie!
I think I did it!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
Guys, I think I did it. I did something smart for once in this entire series.
You avoided an instant game over.
Oh, that was an instant game
Yeah.
over too.
No, it
That was a huge trap.
Yo!
Yeah.
I did something smart for once. This never happens.
Well, I
Have
mean,
you never
I
done
helped you.
something
I
smart?
told
no,
you
you-
about the thing earlier.
No,
so
yeah,
I
you
can
told me about
hope
that
you remember
earlier.
it.
Yeah. But I mean, one way or the
Yeah.
other. One way or
I
the
was
other.
like
still.
an hour and a half ago, though.
Yeah, so I did it, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
did it, man. So good.
Yes, Bird posts Awoken dumb, because that is relevant.
Yeah,
This
whatever.
is the not Awoken dumb.
That's right. Why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you?
The truth,
You know, you know the truth. You figured out the truth. Oh yes, yes.
Oh, jeez.
I'm happy now that I got that right.
Are you?
Yes.
Yes.
Jeez.
You know, his
Okay, super. You know whose fingerprints are on it, and that's why you were not presented. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest?
Oh, Gant is desperate. He is so
Notice anything
desperate.
odd about the chest area?
He is so desperate right now. Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
I really like this case. Sorry, this case so far.
Impressive.
I had a voice crack instead of just continuing to talk. I went bleh for some reason.
To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me for the as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
Oh, boy.
What? You mean you admit it?
All right, let's go. Let's see what Gant has to say for himself.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene on that day.
Gant is revealing the truth. Finally.
It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
Okay, so you're just an absolute asshole.
So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay off her sister,
Oh my god.
and when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
I knew this guy was an asshole.
That's what any normal,
So you assisted, Miss
nice
Scott.
human being would do. What are you talking?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I told her I had a planted knife hid in the victim's body and to move the body across the room.
I can't. This is so cool. This is interesting.
And I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark.
Man, why is it that all the nice-seeming people always are the murderers? Frank saw it. D. Vasquez.
So nice. They were so nice.
Von Karma.
She was so nice to you when she called
Von
the
Karma was the
mafia on you.
nicest guy. Honestly, I think it's kind of sad to say that B. Sketch was probably the nicest of them.
You're probably right
Yeah,
about
she
that,
called
actually.
the mafia on
Like, she was probably, like, as a person, probably the best.
No, yeah, she had like.
Intend to kill anyone.
Yeah, exactly. And she
Was it-
had like what's the word? I don't want to say honor. It's a different word, but don't know.
Integrity.
integrity.
I don't
That's
know.
the word I was looking for. She had integrity.
Well, I suppose Frank Solid's stupid. Red White was probably the second worst than Von Karma.
Yeah, Von Karma's kind of an asshole.
Just kind
Maybe
of.
not, actually, no. Von Karma didn't drive thousands of people to suicide, though.
Yeah, like
Who
red,
drove-
white.
Red White's
Oh,
probably,
yeah.
like, managed to do the most damage. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence.
That's pretty rude. No, actually,
This is
it's
before
3.
Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance.
I was sure that my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. It was not to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed.
You mean You were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
Who do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make the police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment here?
Yeah, I do.
I shoved it up. I hid the most legitimate part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Alana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all the pieces. Which evaporated all the evidence.
Ooh, Edgeworth!
What's to say I didn't fabricate the message on the jaw too?
Edgeworth.
You just say Edgeworth like just imagine Phoenix is saying Edgeworth really weirdly then.
Edgeworth. Yeah!
I'll be back
I
again.
think he needs to get kicked out of the courtroom. Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth?
Yeah, exactly, Narwhal.
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Yeah, fair.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence to present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late.
You see, that's why I didn't want to present it in the first place, but the game told me to. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived, has it? As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Cannot show evidence, I think, yeah? Because it goes against. Cannot show evidence.
I don't know.
No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, I just exposed the poor girl's fingerprints.
Right. Think hard over the circumstances.
Circumstances?
I'm talking about then and now.
Oh, did he fuck up?
I
Yeah, he
guess.
fucked up.
You were stupid. There's one major difference between the two. When you're waiting for that last difference,
You showed earlier would have led into a bad ending, yeah. So, Edgeworth figured out my plan. No!
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Wow, I got one thing wrong. I'm dead.
All right then.
Yeah.
Let's see this conclusive evidence.
I think Burb has found his
The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Oh dear God. Okay, so I mean, I guess I have to show it, yeah? I don't think there's much else that I could do. I don't really want to.
The Blue Badger.
Yeah!
Present Mike Meekins to the court.
I would like to present Mike Meekins to the court. The evidence is... I don't want to do this, but I think it's like the only thing I can. And like, he's calling me out on it, talking about the cloth. But like, I don't want to do this.
Why not?
Do it, bitch.
I don't think that there's anything else that I can really do. Can I... I hate this so much. I really don't want to, but I feel like I have to. I hope this game overs me! Take that! Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of cloth in the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. Alas, you finally brought it out to the open.
That's a handprint on the piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requested immediate sent to the lab for analysis.
What?
I don't know.
Why'd
I just
you
like
say
the
that so
quickness of how the text went. I'm like, oh man.
No.
I figured that was the case, Sunrise. I still didn't want
Handprint
to
on the
do it.
leather.
Like, that's the main reason why I did it, because I figured that's what the game wanted me to do.
There must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
You cannot have been forged. It must be an authentic, conclusive evidence.
What?
Oh. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all the time to present this evidence. He was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
I'm gonna save.
What a terrible idea.
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
I would like to plead the fifth as a defense attorney.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real killer.
Oh
Whose
God.
fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you.
They're Chief Guest.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Hi, Emma Skye! Take that.
Emma Skye?
Let's see here.
No, Emma Stone. What?
I feel like
They're
I know.
mine?
Yeah, I do too. I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
I have no idea.
Oh. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. You still tried to pin the murder on me.
I did, yeah.
It's so true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Hold it! How could you? You monster! Yeah, it's me, the monster.
Miss Skye.
You know whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ah, but I'm afraid it is over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career too.
Gant, why are you a bitch?
You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense.
No, it's not.
I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your
No,
badge,
not my
boy.
badge, please. Come on, Phoenix, say it.
My bad.
Phoenix is like, what would I be without my badge? What does this matter, cat? That did not come out right. What is this matter? Cat, got your tongue? What is this
standing there
matter?
looking smug.
What's the matter?
But there's like
Why
5 more
can't you
games
tell us
called
how it
Phoenix Ratings
feels?
Attorney.
No.
Wrong.
Actually, there are. Wait, are there?
Are there? I don't remember anymore.
I don't
No,
remember
there's
that.
not. There's 4 more games called. One of them's called
He
Apollo
said,
Justice.
he said
Ace Attorney.
like 5 more games, so it's okay.
Okay, whatever. How does it feel to be single-handedly turned into a poor little mean girl? I mean, no, what?
Alright, Phoenix.
What?
Use the card up. How does it feel to be turned into a poor little mean girl? It pans over back to Phoenix, and he's like a little girl now for some reason.
It feels great being a little girl.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing that I have to clear up.
Oh, and what is that?
Who really killed
Who really
Prosecutor
killed
Neil
us? You.
Marshall?
I don't know why. I thought that would be you.
What?
I thought that would be Edgeworth.
Emma Skye? Wasn't it Emma Skye?
Chief Gant, you were absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
Nuh-uh.
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Is that ace up your sleeve?
Contradiction?
What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Duh.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. I'm gonna save again. I do this for the safety and the quality of the stream. It's okay. Behold! The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Oh dear God. Alright. It contradicts the cloth, everybody. This freaking glove. This extremely thin rubber glove. Jake Marshall's fingerprints. What is... Hey, Cry, what's up?
Cry, I wouldn't be here because of
This
spoilers.
is a pretty bad area for spoilers.
I would like back the fuck out right now.
Back the fuck out.
Like,
I mean,
We'll give you a second to back the fuck out.
yeah,
yeah, we'll give you a second.
I
to
am
back the
winning,
fuck out.
Cry, technically. I'm
He is
making
winning.
progress, I guess. Yes, I am winning though. Cry, you should. If you have any plans to actually play the games, I would definitely.
And if you don't have actual plans to play the games,
Then
change
you
your
can
plans
watch.
to play the
Then
games.
you can just watch me stream it, and that's totally fine.
No, you need to.
Yeah.
If you haven't played the games, you need to play the games. That's how. Okay, bye,
Games
Cry.
work.
Bye, Cry. Look at Scott over here driving away viewership. So we're talking
Wow.
about
Terrible guest slash person main thing.
a piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth specifically. So it can't be the evidence law because that
See,
would
I
be-
get you subscribers. Scott drives people away.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me,
So-
I got you like 0 subscribers and
Yeah.
counting so far.
Exactly. Man, I think that we need to change up
Subscribe
how
to
we're going through the
Awokenkyoger.
second game. I think
Yeah,
that
me too.
I think that we need to get Eugh
On
instead of
multiple
Scots.
accounts.
Then you would have had an automatic guilt game over on the spot. Yeah, they mentioned that earlier. Alright. So I think that it's probably Lana's cell phone. Because the word muffler, that's like a scarf, right? And that's also a piece of cloth.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're on it. You're on it there. This is
yeah,
kind of obvious,
I
by the
think
way.
you did it.
I'm more worried than anything else. Really.
Are you?
Yeah.
This is not a difficult thing.
Oh shit, you're right, Kyogre. I knew it.
It's a contradiction between the cloth. So what do
Yeah.
you know about the cloth and all its time being a cloth?
It was on it was on Neil's vest, and also the fact
Yes.
that it freaking like was
It was on Neil's vest.
and it has
you can see the
a
cloth on his
certain-
vest in that
yeah,
photo.
it has a certain person's fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
I guess at first try. I am definitely overthinking it. So, I mean, why would it have been cut in the first place and like put in his safe?
Well, he did it. He said
Yeah.
he cut it and put it in the safe
Why did he do that?
because to prove that like to keep
Right.
like have evidence that
Right,
proved
okay, he
Emma
did
did
say
it.
that. Oh, Gant, you asshole.
I don't know how you just get it right.
You can do it.
Just get it right, that's helpful. God, I'm so... Let me use
It's
the
a
piece
very
of-
obvious contradiction. Just look at the fucking thing.
Okay. Look at
I
this
didn't mean
cloth. What? You
Okay.
said to look at it. I'm
Yeah,
looking at
you're
it.
looking at it. What do you see about it?
I see fingerprints and a handprint.
Yeah, exactly. Emma Skye did it.
Yeah.
Yep. Goodbye, Emma Skye. You're dead.
I am overthinking it. I always overthink it.
I don't think he's overthinking it in this case.
Guys, look at the cloth.
I said look at the cloth. I didn't say present the cloth.
I know, but I'm presenting it anyway.
Have fun watching Rachel squirm.
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward
No!
appearance
I
of
thought
mental
for
piety.
sure that the cloth itself contradicted the cloth. That was totally a real guess. What am I doing? This cloth was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died, and something definitely not right about it.
That's a
Okay,
good way of
this
putting
one
it.
isn't
Mr.
that
Wright.
hard.
It's-
Use your logic.
Use my logic.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not gonna read that. I don't feel like.
Okay.
You're the only one who can put an end to. I don't know why that line.
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts
Use your
this cloth.
logic.
Why would I do
Logic.
that?
Nick just said, if that was the piece of cloth cut after he died, there's something wrong with it. What does that imply?
Jesus Christ. I'm really...
What Phoenix said should have literally given you
Okay.
the answer. I don't know how it didn't.
What was the evidence that's supposed to like win you the trial?
There was evidence that was supposed to win the trial.
Yes.
What evidence do you have
Okay.
Of after he died.
Of after he died.
Yes.
Okay, so we know. God, I'm sorry. I'm really. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm getting lost at something.
You are getting lost.
You should have noticed it when you first.
Oh, you know, wait, that. Oh, wait. I think I see something here. There's blood underneath the vest. There's no blood on the vest itself. Yeah, that's something I definitely didn't notice. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Is that what I want to present?
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. That was going to be the next thing that I presented anyway, but I was able to figure out what it was, so... At least, if this is the right piece of evidence to get to that point. Awoken freak. Move at your own pace. Thank you, Narwhal. So where's this piece of... So, where the piece of this vest was cut out? Okay, I think I see now.
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath.
I see now.
Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest,
Yeah,
though.
again, definitely looking at the wrong side of things. I like to do that. Overthink certain things, look at the wrong side of others. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. It wasn't the longest time I've been stuck on a piece of evidence in a game like this, though, so... Not by a long shot. His lungs... Yeah. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. It's... Wait a second. There's no blood on it!
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Dude, let's go.
No, this is nonsense.
Let's go. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write Emma's name on the jar with the victim's blood.
Yeah,
The jar they would have broken on purpose to
go.
leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Take that, bitch Gant man. Uh-oh. Oh, he is sweating.
Oh, righto, you almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refuse your allegations.
What do you mean you refuse?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Wow, you're saying that now, Gant? Okay.
Order. What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier, Wright has been concealed that piece of cloth. So what's your excuse, righto?
I think I know what I do.
You have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. At this point in time. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Well, that's true.
He did not
The
lie.
defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, the piece of evidence cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could best be in court?
He's so upset and
It
concerned.
looks like your last laugh's on you, son.
Oh, that's what you think, Mr. Gant. Damon.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. The legal evidence cannot be used as cognitive person. I don't know, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Let's
Mr.
do it,
Wright?
right?
Do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally yield this piece of evidence?
It was not illegally. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Hey, Kashino.
The evidence is illegal.
Objection! No, it
No, it
isn't,
is.
Mr.
That's
Gant. Mr. Gant.
I don't know, I keep thinking it's him.
We got Gant we've got Gant on the concern. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you, couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Ajit, do not listen to his lies.
God, oh, this is so satisfying
He's
right
nothing
now.
but a coward. You can't really believe.
Yes, Edgeworth! I'm
There's
so
only one issue left to resolve this trial.
I am so hype about all of the things that are happening right now.
Is this evidence legal or not?
Oh, very well. Let us settle this, once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation, then do so now.
Like that! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
So much more
Books?
satisfying as
I don't approve of books, Righto.
I've done my homework.
Righto! Books are fucking for nerds!
Indeed, Emma Skye's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
1. No evidence should be shown without the police department's approval.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence must be presented to be relevant to the trial on case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Between the cloth and the SL9.
What? What kind of nonsense is that? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection! Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
I love this so much, dude.
No. He's right.
That I am!
At the beginning of today's
That's right.
trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave its value as evidence was you, Damon Gantz. Dude, this is sick, this is sick, this is sick.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence.
Let's fucking go!
You, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
I love this case so much. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you!
No.
Oh. Sweet Jesus. Oh my god!
I knew I shouldn't got rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been sweeping around the department,
Yeah.
trying to get something on me.
Dude.
Crimes are being committed every day. He insisted on hounding me. The crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and made a convince Bruce Goodman.
Was he gonna kill Angel Star too? Yes, clap to death. Detective Goodman?
Yes, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance. Oh, the
No,
truth.
his hat.
Please, you've got to help me.
I thought his hat disappeared. He just put it on his chest. I was worried.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out.
Oh shit! All right, here we go.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the it's Goodman?
Can you please
yeah.
reopen
Please reopen the
oh, yeah,
investigation,
that's fair.
Chief.
That's fair.
We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
So then I killed him right then and there.
He opened his evidence locker as he was taking the evidence out. He said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Mark.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd try to bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried about so much on the floor, I didn't even realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective on Detective
Good
Gumshoe. Gumshoe's locker.
Sounds like a rip-off, like...
Detective Goodshoe.
I'm Detective Goodshoe! What's up, bitches?
That's his catchphrase.
Yeah, that's his catchphrase. His name is Detective Goodshoe, and his bitches.
I used to be known as the crime computer.
Thank you, Ian.
But everyone
was
has
just
to
talking-
start somewhere, I guess. I was
Wow.
too nervous.
Why are you stealing my lines? I'm talking about
Because you ran
bitches.
away.
Why? I was talking about bitches.
No one cares about bitches.
I was talking about bitches.
Not no one cares about bitches.
Damon Gant doesn't like bitches. He likes Udgy.
Yeah, that's true.
I like Udgy. I'm Damon Gant, and I like Udgy. I had no business doing any of it.
Goodshoe, but bitches though.
Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke into your
This guy.
trunk. But what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this?
Well, she had just as much to lose if I did if the truth came out. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
Herb, I'm not leaving the stream right now to go do that.
I felt bad for having to do it. No, I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
This is very wild. I agree with you, Kashino. This is super interesting.
They all did their best to get in my way.
I love how, like, the beginning of the case, you know, they first showed off, like, the two murders at the, like, exact same places, and how that became only, like, a small fraction of what ended up being the real truth of the case. That was only, like, a little portion of it. That's really interesting.
I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Glad I could turn up right at the climax of the adventure. Me too, Kashino.
Fake evidence does not hold up very well among close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
No, you are not. Not in the slightest.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Edgeworth, say something super cool and inspirational.
Fuck you.
Yeah!
Well, it looks like time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy!
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch
No!
date. Sorry, old friend.
The judge is just like not guilty.
Going to cry.
He's like, oh yeah, I already have a new boyfriend.
I already ordered breadsticks for us.
He's like, it's okay, I'm already going out with April May.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force.
But now...
I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Lucky. Thanks for getting the memories. Thanks for the memories, though.
Thanks for getting them.
Do not to worry, you'll be fine.
So Gant probably
Now you have a
used to
Righto here.
be an okay person, but now he's an asshole.
And worthy.
The best pair of friends anyone could ever have, I guess.
With these two around, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Melodious. And he fades into death.
It's Lana! Hi!
Claps to death.
There are two things I want you to understand, Miss Skye. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this
What if I
trial is
want
over,
to, though?
I'll tell everyone.
What if I like keeping silent?
And that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
And this is when
Except
Larry Button...
when will the breadsticks get here?
Oh, and then
Except
it's
for
like a
that.
laugh track, and then the game ends on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, except Von Karma bursts in and he does like everything. When will the breadsticks get here?
Oh, Von, and he's like in a prisoner's outfit. Oh, Von Karma, ha ha ha, and then it fades to black, and that's the game.
Suddenly just turned into a sitcom.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have
Wow.
for a rookie.
Von Karma, you've got some nice sticks there.
All right. See why we had thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She smiled! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Actually, I've been fine.
It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, seeing as you're a very weak human being, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us.
Yeah.
Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, fact is, you still acted as his accomplice.
That is true.
The trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. I'm very happy about that.
Is there something amusing about going to prison? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Lana! Dude, that's awesome. We helped people this case. I love this.
Well, this trial's gone on for far too long.
Tell me about it.
This took more than half the game. Fuck.
Honestly.
Regarding the charge of murder,
I honestly need to like count up how many hours each case took, and this one's gonna be like huge.
this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye,
Not
Guilty.
guilty.
Dude,
very...
Yeah!
press the wrong button.
Woo! I guess she's guilty. I pressed the wrong button.
Shit. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Yeah!
Your court is adjourned.
We're all friends, and Damon Gant's an asshole.
We all love each other and Gant is suck.
In my asshole.
February 25, 5:03 p.m.
I hate when you say it.
Defendant lobby, no 2.
25th!
At long last. It's
No,
finally over.
3.
Oh, last time you're
case.
gonna hear this song, by the way. Oh, never mind.
Emma?
Here we go.
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook.
Oh, this song is so nice.
But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Isn't that great?
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
Alright. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Man, that just happened.
Whoa. That's crazy.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana still didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
I love Gumshoe. Should I say good shoe?
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Detective Gumshoe, wait! What is it?
It's like the 5th time this has happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Aren't you making a detective run around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
That sounds familiar.
Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only
Really bad
kidding.
like that sex issue now. I wish your internet's better.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time.
I'm here to give Phoenix a big ol' hug. Come here, Wright.
Serious. I came today because of you, pal.
I came? Is that what he says?
Yeah.
Shut
Me?
up, Scott. Me?
Me?
Right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
I brought her back from the prison.
Lana!
Wasn't she in the same room as us? Should you be doing
No.
this? Was she like taken over to the? She's oh yeah, she is still under arrest. You know, that's fair. That makes sense.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
I mean, yeah. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Lana?
Sis.
I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. God. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I had to do. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you.
Sis?
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that. One day you'd come back.
She's back.
And now you have. I'm a steam.
Oh, Emma. And then she's gonna leave on. Oh my god!
Thumbnail.
That's a good picture. I like that. No one can change their past. The only thing that we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on to a brighter and better future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. That's so nice! Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth?! Stop hiding and come over here. See, hiding behind the couch. Oh,
Hiding behind the
OMG.
plant.
I see. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Edgeworth. Congratulations.
Right.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Yeah, I'm not Edgeworth. Bye, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened.
Gasp, I guess.
We were the
Meekins'
ones.
head floating in the defendant lobby is funny to me, too. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say. I realized today, I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gat was right.
Edgeworth.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
No. No.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. But you'll never have to.
Yeah, because you got me.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gat did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
What? Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. They're the same person. We're both the best of the best when it comes to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Oh my god! You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Oh, come on, Wright. Show me what Lena's talking about.
I love this so much. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Oh, dear God, I need to... Okay.
This is easy, come on.
This is actually, like, the most easy thing in the game. Like, you're stupid.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, what did you, like, what can you...
I wasn't planning on presenting another piece of evidence now.
Literally.
They mean this literally, yeah. What did you two bring together is probably the best thing.
What did we bring together?
Yes, what did you two, as
Did
two
you
different
forget
people...
the whole trial already?
Yes,
happened in
I
this
did.
trial.
The
What did
luminol
he
testing
have?
fluid. Narwhal's
And what did
right.
he have? How about that? It's even
Oh,
more
the
obvious
evidence.
why.
Okay, okay.
Oh my god. You idiot.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew.
I
I wish the
counterattack
blue bag
began
with
with
you to
this.
start playing.
You had one and a half of the evidence list, and I had the other. It's symbolic! A part we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture with the blue badger. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Edgeworth, know that you always have me, Phoenix Wright. Come here, Edgeworth. Let's have a group hug with me, you, and Gumshoe, and Lana, and Emma, and Larry Butts, and Frank Scott also, who's here.
Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my God, Scott.
Scots.
If you'll excuse me,
Yeah, and the guards by the door can join in on the group hug too.
I'm gonna join in your group hug. Yeah, still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Bye, Edgeworth. I love you. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Can I just leave, please? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe my thanks too, right? What I face now, it's my problem.
In my own game. Edgeworth Investigations. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
Edgeworth, wait!
Edgeworth, wait!
I'd better be going too.
Larry bursts in. Edgeworth! Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn, and some catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation.
Scientific investigation?
What is this book series? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
I mean, you're not wrong, just a couple games too early, yeah. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. It's so cute! Faith that their lives have only just begun. Yeah! Woo! And as for me, Phoenix writes, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Larry Butts, Mia Fey, Maya Fey, Edgeworth! That's everyone that was in the game. A journey to rediscover myself. What if Mike Meekins was just in that for some reason?
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? Well, what is it, detective?
I was just trying to end the game, detective. There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor.
Did I miss Gumshoe? That's my bad. I'm sorry. No.
You see,
Gumshoe.
she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Gumshoe, you're such a lovable idiot. Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out. You know, for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill.
Are you fucking kidding me? He is the poorest man on the planet, Gumshoe.
no, there's one more person who's poorer. That's Gumshoe.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, you're right. You're right. Huh? Huh?
By like $1.
like,
It's transferring it.
What, you think I could afford it with my salary?
Think
You're not kidding
again.
me, pal.
huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yes, friends.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Come on, guys, let's go bribe a police officer together.
Yay!
Objection.
Okay,
And that is the
you
credits.
gotta dust the credits.
Oh, I can dust the
Yeah.
credits?
You can dust the credits, so don't fuck it up.
What? I can fuck it up? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care
Read
of some-
fast.
I hope she'll be pleased to study under the top coroner.
You do have to read.
As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. No!
Pretty much. It's only pretty much.
I'll manage to find my way
Yeah,
back to the
pretty
field
much.
somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, how, planning.
I think it-
Okay. Is it? I don't think I'm doing anything.
Yeah, you are.
I am? I'm not.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, I think that was only in the original.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Alright, Gumshoe, Gumshoe, Gumshoe.
It's not like you really was
Yeah,
much.
I
Maybe
thought I was
later
caught
in
for
this
a moment
though.
there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
They cut it from this version. Yeah. Narwhal's very upset. Honestly, I don't know if that's a better end, or like I really like that end. Like it's definitely comparable to Case 4. I don't know which I would put over the other in terms of like a good ending for the game. Meekins!
Technically a separate
Meekins!
game.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today.
This is just little portraits of the characters.
I'll show him though. Someday I'm gonna make detective.
Man.
Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Yeah,
my role
Meekins!
model in life.
My
Meekins!
beautiful Dick Gumshoe.
Mike Meekins, I love you, Mike Meekins!
Shuichi. Kyoko. Yasuhiro.
My role models.
Shit. They had to retcon this ending in the trilogy version, actually
blue
rewrite some of
badger.
the dialogue in game 2 to account for it. Yeah.
Do.
I mean, still, like,
do,
yeah, the
do,
blue badger's
do,
here.
do,
This is what he does for the rest of his days.
do.
Like, I know that it's like not exactly the same thing, but if I look at it from this, what? No! So I don't know if like in terms of just like finishing off the game, they both work very well for different reasons. I love that case though. Definitely a little bit too long. What do people like think about the case in general? Jake Marshall.
Oh my god.
It's too long. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a state? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seen one of the guards is. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Yeah, it's long but oh, is that the cactus? Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's long but good. Yeah, do people like so people generally like it? It's just too long, which I totally understand.
Yeah.
Angel! Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while.
I don't know
As a
why.
farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The right way
You
lunch.
suck.
The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around the exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Thanks, Angel Star. The second game on the pacing is greatly improved. That's good. Also implies that Meekins' partner is the Blue Badger. Dude, yes. Yeah,
And Billy.
Oh, we got Brandon Gay up in here.
It's the Blue Badger.
The judge! Okay, Yug, go.
I'll never forget what that young
No, I'm
defense-
taking the judge for this one.
Yo,
Get
shut up.
fucked.
I'll never get one.
Let's see
Let's
what
see.
was his name
What was his
again,
name
because you
again?
had gumshoe despite
Mr.
every
Ed?
character talking.
Anyway, he said he's been doing something. What are you doing, Scott?
Read it, I muted him.
Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be, huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Alright,
You stole a judge.
I couldn't let you have judge. One
Because
less
you
time.
had gumshoe despite everyone here
You
talking.
are every other character in the
Shut
whole
the fuck
game.
up.
I haven't
It's,
talked a single time since the credits.
it's okay, I'm you. You can't take Judge. Judge is like the one character
I've
you
had
couldn't
Judge
take.
before.
No.
Like, one way or
Wrong.
the other, it doesn't matter. Scott sucks and I muted him. Ah!
Oh, I do have a person. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection.
Are you talking to me?
Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Yeah, Maya.
It's
Maya.
My afternoon training's about to begin.
Is that Meekins?
coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Meekins
Meekins
is
went-
training Maya.
Meekins went to her village.
Meekins is now Maya.
Oh my god. I can't believe that Meekins is now Maya. That's absolutely insane. This is a good game. I thoroughly enjoyed this. I'm excited to...
Narwhal's right. This is my last time.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I muted him.
Yeah, Scott. I should
Wow.
voice everyone.
Yeah.
Should you?
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Ah!
Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Busboy, bellboy. What was that? Okay. Was that his resignation letter or not his
Or is
resignation?
this suicide note?
Oh no! Mine Matsukawa.
You think I'm
uh,
joking?
Oh no. I am excited. Can I talk? Game?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm gonna go to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little
Sloppy,
sad,
it's like
but
me, man.
I'll be alright.
Uh,
Whenever I want to see Lana, I'll just have to open this book
She put a picture in it, the same picture that she gave to you in the
No,
other book.
she made the book.
Why don't you investigate it?
P.O. It's a letter. She meant that pretty literally, didn't she? She is the book. That's a cute picture.
And that's also the thumbnail you could use. One of them.
That's great.
Good job, you beat the game.
We did it! I guess I need to wait until Capcom Rise from the Ashes. Achievement unlocked. Alright. I could put both as the thumbnail? Dude, you're so right. Alright, is that the end? Can I have final thoughts about the game now?
Objection!
Edgeworth objects.
Good job.
This game is not over yet!
Welcome to case 6.
And you can't leave! Oh my god. Yeah, I've been playing several Capcom games lately too, Narwhal. We've got this and we've got frickin' Okami. It's been great. So that was Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, the first game in the series. It's incredibly interesting. I love that game. That was awesome. I can see why so many people are so attached to a lot of these characters. I'm gonna do like game final thoughts now because I said that I was gonna do that there.
Yeah.
Okay, quick. What? So, what do I need? I need to play the rest of the trilogy right now. You're right, Narwhal. I can see why so many people just absolutely adore these characters. I love how in the beginning, I was like, oh, Edgeworth, he's an asshole. He fortifies, he forges evidence. And, you know...
He updates autopsy report.
Turned around really quick. Edgeworth is my favorite character now. That was amazing. I love Phoenix. Phoenix is a really good, like, main character. He works very well for this game. And it's always satisfying getting him through his cases. I loved Maya. Maya was great. She was awesome. I like Emma. I don't like her as much as I like Maya, but I had one case with her, so, you know, and I feel like she's probably gonna come up again at some point. Or maybe she won't. I actually have no idea.
Who'd you say? What?
Emma.
Oh, I see.
I love Damon Gant. I think that Case 4 was great. Case 5 was also really great. I don't know which I'd put over the other. 5 definitely dragged on a lot. I think after that, for me, it would be 3. I really love D. Vasquez. And then I guess 2, and then 1 was like a friggin'...
They don't count, essentially.
Yeah. Pretty much. Phoenix is literally the only sane character. I don't know if that's fair, but he is definitely one of the...
Maya is pretty sane.
Yeah.
So is Dead Mia, but that doesn't count either.
No! Oh yeah, Mia. There's a lot that this game offered. It was a super fun experience throughout, and I love the way that the game ended. I'm super excited to see where it continues going forward. Just amazing cat. Grossberg, of course. Grossberg,
yes.
Best character. Gumshoe is also the best character. Both of them.
Both of them combined are the best characters ever.
April May is my favorite video game character of all time. God, but it was amazing, and I like the gameplay a lot. Like, you know, getting that evidence and then looking through it. It's good, logical gameplay, even though we all know that that's not exactly my strongest suit. I stream these games because I have the emotion to go with it, not because I'm smart about it. That's what I've got my platformers for.
Sure.
I mean, it's true. Really fun game overall. What else is there to say, really? We've got a lot more going forward with Ace Attorney. We are certainly not done. I am not going to... Every time you ask it if I have to acknowledge it, then that just takes longer, because I'm certainly not going to rush the finale of the first game. Willpower... I loved Willpowers. Willpowers was great. Wendy Oldbag, absolutely wonderful. Amazing. She was alright. Willpowers was cool, though. It was fun. And... that's what I just have to say. It was a fun time. It was a good game. I don't know. It was good. I'm gonna have to make my tier list after this, you know, and I'll be posting that in the Discord. If you want to join that, down in the panels below, and you can get You can get some
Dying.
announcements whenever I go live and talk to me about whatever the game I'm playing is, whether that be Ace Attorney, Okami, or whatever else. And you can see my tier list, and it's gonna be pretty great. It's gonna be pretty great. We've got some more games to go. Eugh, thank you so much for being here and going through some serious character development with your showing up time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank
that
you
was
for
the best character development in this
thank you
whole
for
series.
voicing the judge in just the perfect fashion. And Meekins as well.
Yes, you're welcome.
I will miss your voices.
No, don't forget that he'll be there just to voice the judge. Quiet every
Yeah,
slave.
and Meekins.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
And Meekins, who's going to show up again. Scott, I hate you, but thank you for showing up. I'm just kidding, Scott. You're
I hate
pretty
you
cool.
too, don't worry.
Yough, do a Von Karma for us.
No!
Perfect. You
I don't
even
wanna be
voiced
here
it.
anymore.
You voiced it in
Precious.
character too. It's perfect. I believe that we are starting JFA next Friday, assuming that's the next game. I don't know.
Justice for all!
Okay, that's the name. Yeah, I don't really know. I know like nothing about the series going forward or like anything that we've
Now.
seen. Yeah, now I know nothing. Which is fun. That's what I like, streaming stuff blind, playing stuff blind, so it's exciting. Yeah, again, Scott, yeah, thanks for all that. We had a lot of people today chatting. Burb, Narwhal, Kashino, Baretsu. You know, we had a bunch of people. It was
Thank you, Narwhal. I've been practicing. I had that whole trial. That whole
Sunrose
case
as well.
to do Von Karma's voice. I feel like I'm a pro now.
You are, honestly. Narwhal says you could literally do the Phoenix Wright anime dub. That would be sick if Eugh got in for Von Karma.
Oh, yes. And
Email
Mike
them, dude.
Meekins.
Email them. You can see.
Hey, I'm better Von Karma than the one you have right now.
Hire me this instant.
Remake the whole show just so I can dub over Von Karma.
Alright. That was great. I'm excited to
Thank you,
continue with
everyone,
this.
for being cool.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to continue on with the series, and we will certainly be seeing more of Phoenix's objections and holdings as the time goes on.
It's like an abridged Narwhal. Oh, that's funny. Anyways,
Alright.
bye everyone.
Thank you all so much for coming out. Anything else you guys want to say?
Fuck you. And also, don't forget.
Don't forget.
And also,
Don't forget.
Don't forget about our Lord and Savior, Mike Meekins.
of course,
Yes.
we must never forget about Mike Meekins. Praise be to
Never.
Meekins.
And
Alright.
Dead Ted, but no one else knows what
And
it is.
of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much for going along that game with me.